6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody.
What is happening?
A little feel-good Friday for you.
A little feel-good. It makes you feel good that I contemplated wearing that hat today, and I decided last second to not wear that hat. Back-to-back days would have been pretty impressive by you and me.
I was feeling good. I was like, I got a good white tee here. It's a little wrinkly, but I'm going to wear it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to rock the Timber hat. It's white. It looks good. And then I went, I swear on my mom, if this man wears this hat today, I will let my bedhead show. I don't even care.
I'm taking it off.
I don't care.
My crinkly plain white T-shirt is in the laundry right now, though. So that was out of the equation. But white Timbers hat, I did contemplate. Did they win last weekend?
Absolutely. They beat San Diego.
Okay. Are we feeling better now?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I know they beat San Diego.
And every time I see Patrick, it's very depressing about how the old Timbers are playing this year.
You know what? Let me...
You want to corroborate that information?
I was pretty sure that I checked and they won.
We've had to walk a lot of stuff back this week.
Well, we're going to have to walk back something else
Evidently,
in a
my dominatrix at JP Morgan doesn't exist.
Well...
And it just pooped all over my dreams yesterday, man.
To be fair, it's not your fault.
No, it's not my fault.
A real complaint filed. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
but...
he filed a complaint. We had a lot of people tweeting us that one yesterday. I'm like, guys, update on that story.
Well, it didn't come out until after
Don't
the show.
crap on my dreams, man. All right?
Okay,
Come on.
Why is this...
Look at the tables. Where are the tables?
What is... Google AI is the worst.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's showing me 2025 results.
That makes a lot of sense. Did they win last weekend? How about 2 years ago, huh? What do you think? You want to see what a game was from May of 2023 while you're at it? Let's check those scores out.
Yeah, they beat San Diego 2-1. I was
Let's
right.
go, baby.
How about that?
You know what they call that?
Yeah.
Almost a winning streak.
Yeah.
If you get one more, now it's a winning streak.
We're at Real Salt Lake.
Oh, bring it on. Yeah. Salt Lake doesn't stand a chance. They're weak up the midfield.
Yeah, I do think we should probably lead the show with it hasn't been the best week for us on the internet.
Look, I'm just going off what I'm reading, okay? That's all I got. I'm doing my show research, and if I'm reading it on the internet, I just feel like it's got to be true at this point, right? Isn't that how it works out?
Yeah, so our Magic Hat stuff led us to a JP Morgan individual filing a claim against an exec that she was sexually harassing and assaulting.
Yes.
Him, and felt like she was using the power dynamic, like she was tying him up, she was drugging him,
right.
She was giving him racist in-tone nicknames.
This
making
guy's
fun
crying
of his wife.
the entire time. No,
yeah.
I don't want to do this.
Performing acts on him while he's crying. Like,
right.
we talked about it yesterday.
Pretty gruesome stuff.
And a few hours after we signed off on the show, report comes out that the John Doe, who the name was released.
Dude, the picture, by the way, the guy's picture fits exactly what you would think for somebody making this entire thing up.
Yeah, you're not
Straight
wrong.
Out of Central Casting.
You're not wrong.
Like, that guy is the absolute kind of guy that would lie about this.
Well, they did an internal investigation at JP Morgan, and they were like, there's literally no evidence this ever happened.
He refused to even participate in the investigation.
Because he knew it was a lie.
It was all a lie.
Yeah.
Dude, first off.
Did he watch Horrible Bosses and go, oh my God, I could use this?
I'm going to write him a file.
Because you're not gonna do what the other two do. They're not gonna try to kill.
No, you can't kill him. No.
Like Charlie Day was never gonna kill Jen Aniston.
No, because deep down he was attracted to her.
Absolutely.
She was hot.
But Colin Farrell, bald, rich douchebag son.
That guy you can try and take out.
That's a guy whose toothbrush you put up your butt and try to execute. And luckily for them, one of the other people executed him.
That was pre-canceled Kevin Spacey, too.
That was
right before we got rid of old Kevin Spacey.
Yeah,
and he's gone.
It's funny you said that.
R.I.P.
Well, because Swag asked me, you gonna watch Michael in theaters?
Oh.
And I go, probably not. It did really well. It made 200+ million. Some people have said it's actually not good, but
his family is cashing in, baby.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
And I said, probably not. And then we started talking about him, and you and I have always had a Michael Jackson back and forth off the air, and Swag's like, yeah, some weird stuff's come out since. And I'm like, his nose literally fell off in the 90s.
Right.
He was always weird.
He had little kids sleeping over his house with milk and cookies, man.
But then we were talking about canceled people, and Swag goes, yeah, the one for me. Oh, Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey can never do it again? We're just officially out on Kevin Spacey?
Well, he's not saying he won't ever watch a Kevin Spacey movie. It was more like he couldn't believe Kevin Spacey
went from what he was to being canceled?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that one bigger than Bill Cosby?
No, he didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say that.
He just named somebody that shocked him that was canceled.
I mean, I get it. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy.
Cosby also not canceled.
No,
He went on tour after he got out of prison.
That's true. The Michael Jackson point that I would bring up simply was that I found it ironic when some people would get canceled for activities away from the microphone, and that was one that never got canceled for the same people.
Well,
that was the only thing that, like, I can't listen to Kanye anymore, and I'm like, I'm not defending what Kanye's doing.
just say you're talking about me.
No, I'm not talking about you.
No, you are. It's
This is
okay.
not a you.
It's
I mean,
okay.
you fall into this
It's
silo.
okay.
You are in this category, but you're not the only one that's guilty of this. I know other people that are like this as well.
Have I partaken in some of the old Kanye in the last couple? I mean,
He's
dabbled.
apologized, okay?
Oh,
He's
it's all good
growing.
now. Yeah,
He
it's all
lost
good.
his way. He wasn't on the right medication. Now we can listen to Family Business again.
If you're not on the internet, you'll never know who's canceled, and then you'll never have to defend yourself when someone's like, really?
Right.
And you're like, what? I hadn't, what?
Yeah, I just reached the conclusion where we got to separate art from artists, man. I'm tired of being the one that has to pay the price here. If I like a song, why am I the one that can't listen to that song anymore? Because they turned out to be a horrible person.
Well,
That's
nobody's
unfair to
saying
me.
you have to. So it's just, it's a choice.
It's a judgy thing. It's touch and go there. When Remix to Ignition would pop up on our Rejoiner music, there were people out there doing a double take.
Yeah, I wish
you guys
it was,
were playing that song?
wish it was still in the rotation.
It still is. Don't worry.
Is it really?
I've uncanceled
You
Remix.
uncanceled
It's
it?
the national anthem.
Well,
I wasn't peeing on people. That's not my fault.
yeah, well.
It's a great song.
You're not wrong.
We just played Bump and Grind the other day.
Yeah. Well, that made sense with the Grinding Mox, Ben
My
Robinson.
telling me no, but my body. It's such a good song.
It's
man.
such a great open to a song.
It's a classic.
My body.
There's like 18 parts trapped in the closet.
Oh, man.
Is he trapped
Him and
in
the Isley Brothers.
Him and the Isley Brothers.
Oh, man.
He just wanted to get out of that closet,
When
man.
did you not watch the next Trapped in the Closet? I think to about 7, I was like, all right,
Yeah, the first
I get it.
couple-
You're trapped.
All right, this is an interesting concept.
She's having an affair. I
Yeah.
understand it.
You're sleeping with people. We get it, R. Kelly. But yeah, by the time you got to part 9, it's kind of like Game of Thrones spinoffs at this point. Like,
Yeah.
all right, enough's enough. I get it.
But the Isley brother was exceptional as the husband being cheated on.
Fantastic.
I would say that.
Great
yeah.
voice. Very upset about his wife sleeping with R. Kelly. As
so,
you should be.
Unfortunately for us, we did a whole Magic Hat portion of our show on that story.
We did, yeah.
We even told the brand man.
We did.
And lo and behold, it comes out. It's just a made-up thing that somebody
lie.
was trying to fabricate against an exec at a company. At least it wasn't like a completely fake story.
No.
It was an actual
It was
accusation.
an actual complaint that was filed.
And they investigated
It
and
was a
found
lie.
out it was not true.
I just chuckled at the idea. When you see the guy's picture who lied about it, first off, again, straight out of Central Casting. And then second, I think we now know what that guy searches. Like, if you're filing a complaint and that's the stuff that you create in your head.
Well, I'm not kidding. I think legitimately he probably watched the movie Horrible Bosses, was like, oh my God, I could do
How
this.
close
for her.
was-
She's tying me down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What are your
The other
search history
question
there,
is
buddy?
Right.
just how close to getting fired for not doing his job or not doing his job
Right.
well was
Right,
he? He's
right.
like, I can't lose this job.
Funny if
no.
she was like really kind to him too, like,
Exactly.
hey, Peter,
You're going to need to pull.
you're so great, but you gotta step it up just a
I
little
need
bit,
the
okay?
TPS reports.
TPS reports were due 2 weeks ago. You haven't given them to me. Like, it'd be funny if we found out that's how she was as a boss.
That's all that it was
and
the
he's just
entire
like,
time.
oh, I'm gonna get you.
No, I'm not sucking on your toes. Whoa, dude, where were you creating that out of nowhere?
You made me so nervous there for about a second.
You knew where I was going.
Yeah,
I got
you
the
know,
twitchy right
know.
hand.
You're ready to
I'm
go.
like,
It has been a rough week in that
It's been a
regard,
week
too.
on the dump button too.
Been
You
a
know,
nice little week of radio here, man. It's been fun.
the Blazers being eliminated, it just broke our brains.
It kind of did.
It's ruined
yeah.
everything.
Yeah, it kind of did. We just waved the white flag.
I would like a little bit of credit, and how about a round of applause for me? I held off on buying a sausage McMuffin and a hash brown this morning.
Good for you.
excellent job.
Why are we holding off, though? What's wrong with a sausage McMuffin? They're delightful.
Look, they are, dude. They're one of
Hash
my
browns
favorite
are great.
things in
Yeah.
existence.
They're perfect for
McDonald's
breakfast.
is trying to resell the McValue menu again.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Have you seen it though?
Yeah, I know.
What are we talking? What's the value price now?
$3.
$3.
It ain't $1.50.
It ain't a buck.
No,
It ain't a buck.
Yeah.
It's a
I remember the
McValue.
dollar value menu.
An actual dollar menu?
Look,
Dollar menu.
There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, one of my favorite things of being a human is taking a bite of the top of the hash brown and then placing the rest of the hash brown on the
Yeah,
McMuffin.
no.
That's a perfect sandwich.
That's so good.
There is a perfect sandwich right there.
That just
Deep
makes
down,
you
I'm
smile in the
fat.
morning.
It was more like I don't need to do this to myself. The map was leading me to the McDonald's, and I just was like, don't do it. And I turned the car, and the map was like redirecting me, and I had to hit stop, and I just came into work.
It's one of those Jesus take the wheel moments, huh? They wanted you to get an Egg McMuffin this morning.
It wasn't easy,
McMuffin.
dude. I'm starving.
Yeah, no breakfast today?
I didn't have, I had no breakfast today.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know.
How long until you run across the street and get a burrito?
When's the burrito
Because
coming?
you know that's happening.
That's a healthy burrito, though.
That is, trying to watch my figure.
Potatoes in that one, too.
That's a local burrito, so it's healthier. That's what I like to tell myself.
God, a good McDonald's breakfast, it hits the spot every time.
That sandwich and hash brown. When is it ever bad? Have you ever had, I'm not kidding with this, have you ever had a bad hash brown or sausage McMuffin?
I'm pretty sure one time a sausage McMuffin gave me food poisoning, and I still eat sausage McMuffins.
Every once in a while, you'll get a not like if the McDonald's was slammed, they didn't leave the hash browns in the fryer enough.
Not crispy.
And they're not
Yeah.
crispy.
Okay, to be fair, I've had that experience. Still very edible.
Still,
But, yeah.
I mean, you're still eating it.
Still
It's
like
still
that.
eating it.
It's not like
Yeah.
I, went back through the drive-through and said,
Right.
"Where's my crispy hash brown?"
Right.
Toast my hash brown.
You know, that's
Just
an,
a little disappointed.
that's
all.
an item I would tell you. I've made hash browns that are not edible. And I'm really awful at cooking hash browns. It's
Really?
one of the harder things for me to
Yeah.
cook.
Yeah, when we do them, we
Did
do
you
the
get a
cheat way.
Blackstone?
Yeah, I got a Blackstone.
Okay,
Blackstone makes it a lot easier.
Try it out there and crank that bad
Yeah.
boy up.
I've done it, but also I'm always weary that the hash brown, the middle of it's not cooked enough,
Right.
and just the outside's crispy. Whereas I've cooked them on a regular frying pan, and half of it's burnt on the frying pan.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And now it's just not really a hash
Well, the
brown
thing
anymore.
about
it's too crispy.
when you
want
get
it
the
crispy, but not that
Blackstone-
crispy.
Right, yeah.
the Blackstone, you can keep it so that the layer is thin.
No doubt.
Sometimes in a frying pan, the layer gets
Well,
thick.
I'm always jealous of the restaurants that
Yeah.
give you the nice, perfect rectangle shape
That's because they're doing it on the
and-
flat top. He's got that big giant
Yeah,
spatula, so he can.
He's so good at it.
Cut
Yeah.
it off just like that.
I don't have that ability.
No,
I need
I'm
to
not
get
that
you a
good of
big
cook.
spatula.
And hash browns are one of my favorite foods out there.
Hash browns are pretty undefeated for breakfast.
They're amazing.
Like in terms of things that you could have on a regular basis, never get tired of them.
I mean, every time I go to a breakfast restaurant, which is my favorite meal, I go in with the idea that I'm going to do,
hash browns are going to be a part of it.
but I will read hash brown and just be talked out of something I was going
Yeah.
to get. Like, yeah, actually, I want hash browns.
Sometimes you even get it like it's not on your breakfast, and you're like, dude, throw me a side of hash
Yeah,
browns.
you got a side of hash browns or
Not
something.
mad at a side of hash brown.
No.
How about one? You want to take a bite of it? We can share. Put it at the table. Put it in
Yeah.
the middle. You want to put your fork in here
Now, do
too?
you go
ahead,
butter
buddy.
or oil?
Oil.
I'd prefer butter, but oil probably makes it a little easier to cook.
Yeah.
Oil does get it crispier.
Yeah. I think oil is the right approach, but butter,
Who doesn't love
when
butter?
is using butter a bad idea? You
It's
know what I
never
mean?
a bad idea.
I bathe in butter.
Now the trick is if you do if you do half and half olive oil and butter, so the butter doesn't burn.
That's a good idea.
Um,
That's what I worry about is
yeah.
the butter burning.
yeah, just put a little dollop of the olive oil in there.
I'm starving.
There you go.
This is not helping the cause.
No, it's not. No.
I'm about to eat in the next commercial break too. I apologize.
I have to do stuff after the show. I have to do a Zoom meeting with Oregon State Alumni Association or something.
They're
Oh.
roping you in. They want a donation.
And I don't
You
think they're.
joining the lawsuit?
Uh,
I think they're putting me in
you
the
joining the lawsuit.
me and Bjorn's dad.
You and Kyle are going after him.
No, and then I have
Over my
to,
dead body.
Then I have to drive to my mom's in Camas and power wash a deck. I don't know when I'm going to eat.
Oh, you know what you should do? Stop at Mickey D's on the way.
That'd be funny after the show.
Drive through.
If I just ended up going there.
Problem
Yeah,
is they
actually-
They
stop-
serve breakfast until 11.
I'm gonna burn
most
the calories
Oh, is
places.
it
on
ele-
that anyway.
I thought it was 10:30 on
10:30?
weekdays. It's
Ah, you
11
can-
on the weekends.
You can get there by 10:30. Haul ass. You can get there.
I can. I have stuff to do after the show.
Do it on the phone. You'll be fine.
Well, it's a lot to get to. It's a busy little Friday for us. Boy, we showed up today, unlike the Atlanta Hawks.
What the hell was that? What was that?
I've seen some ass whoopings.
Like that's
that was different.
I've called some ass whoopings.
You're in them every year.
what was it? 65-17 was it? Or 65-7? What was the run officially?
I think it was 65-7.
65-7.
Let's start. Let's get to some NBA playoff stuff. We have exit audio from the Blazers yesterday that we can talk about and react to. So we'll get to that coming up today. It's a Sprague and Line Friday. If you want to send Sprague and Line stuff in, and maybe we read it and we still have to hit the dumb button. Who knows at this point? But you can chime in at 503-864-6326. Let's start with Atlanta. Like, That's your do or die game?
Good one, CJ.
Great. Hey, CJ McCollum, though. Let's bring him back. Great job. Great job, CJ.
We should have built around him years ago. Is that take still out there on the internet?
Oh, I don't think that exists anymore. We'll start there. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1, The Fan. How did the Trailblazers play into the Denver Nugget Timberwolves series last night? I will tell you at the bottom of the hour.
Can we trade Chinese Jokic for real Jokic? Is he available?
Ooh, that'd be a good trade-off.
You want this Jokic's window is closed. You know what you need to do?
Yeah.
Open a new Jokic window.
A different variation of Jokic.
You want to sell some jerseys in China? Come on down. We'll take them off your hands.
I think that was what happened and what was wrong with the Incredible Hulk movies is they basically did that, and it did not fare well.
Didn't pan out very well.
I don't even know how to put into words what I watched yesterday. in Atlanta.
I didn't know this was happening. We were running around. I was cooking dinner. I did not have the game on. It was a second half watch for me. At least that was the plan. And then I saw your guys' text, and I'm like,
Well,
wait.
that's all Atlanta was doing, too, in the second half.
And then I opened up my ESPN app, and I thought, this has to be
No.
There's no way, right?
So this game starts. It's game 6. It's an elimination game for the Knicks.
Knicks up 3-2 in Atlanta, by the way.
Atlanta's like trying to hold serve, not be eliminated. Here we've had a pretty decent series. There was one bad game, but largely a pretty tight series.
First game up of the NBA slate this afternoon. So
And
you're like,
I turn it on.
Here we go. Playoffs are on. Let's turn it on.
I turn this game on, and I'm like, oh, okay, we got a great start here.
It was 9-5. I think Atlanta
Hawks
had an early
went on a
lead.
9-0 run.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
9-5.
9-5.
It then became 12-11.
Back and forth. Nip and tuck.
After that, I don't know how to describe to you what happened other than to say it was like 65-14. It was insane.
In an NBA game.
In an
In an
NBA
elimination game on their home floor.
Oh, my God.
If you're an Atlanta Hawks fan who bought a ticket to that game, at what point do you leave?
It was 60-19 with 7 minutes to go in the first half.
And it was
a
12 to
12-11 game.
12-11 and then 60-19.
What's that run?
What are we doing here?
Unbelievable.
How is that possible? How does that happen in an NBA game?
I mean, look, I don't know other than their spirit was broken because they went on a huge run and could not just stop
Was it as simple when you were watching as like New York just can't miss a shot and Atlanta can't make a shot?
It was as simple as I'm watching it and I still can't describe it to you the next day, Dirt.
None of this makes any sense.
It wasn't like it wasn't like they were shooting a million threes and just
Right.
hitting them. And then it was just as simple as Atlanta couldn't do anything on offense.
Bucket, miss.
The
Bucket,
Knicks would
miss.
come down, throw a
Bucket,
lob to
miss.
Mitchell Robinson, and one.
Back and forth.
No. Come down again, score again. Like every time they went down, they scored. And Atlanta it was almost like they just quiet quit.
Yeah, just like, all right, this thing's over. We might as well head to Cancun now. You guys got your bags packed? You ready to go on vacation?
It's unbelievable. They showed Stephon Marbury on the court. He was courtside, and he starts laughing at the Hawks.
My favorite thing of watching some of the stuff in the second half was they have I don't know if it's the group that actually came up with, I don't know who did the Swag Surf song, if that group is in Atlanta. I don't know what the backstory is, but I just know there was a performance at the end of the third quarter, and I don't know, I'm assuming they do this for most home games. It's like their third quarter thing, but they brought a rapper out onto the floor.
I think it was Bootsy.
Was that to
Yeah.
do a swag surf, and like people all made the same joke of like, when you're down by 53 points going into the fourth quarter, I don't know if now's the time to do a swag surf.
So really good find here by Roger Sherman. He used to work at the Ringer. He noted, it's accurate, he says the Knicks are leading the Hawks 60-19. And he posts a GIF video of the Monstars playing the Toon Squad, and legitimately it gets to 58, and then it goes to what you would say 60 is, and it says kind of one-sided, isn't it? And the Toon Squad has 18. So he goes, it's literally what the Monstars were leading against the Toon Squad, 60-19.
They just needed the secret stuff for the second half. Where was Michael Jordan and Bill Murray when you needed them?
Did we get a CJ cut, or was it only Jalen and Quinn Snyder?
I did
Swag?
not find a CJ cut. I don't
Here-
know if CJ took the podium.
That's okay. Here's Jalen Johnson. This is supposed to be their franchise player now. He had a great year.
Yes.
Just listen to Jalen Johnson try to describe to you, Dirt, how this happened.
I don't really have any words for that. I don't really. It's obviously disappointed. Obviously sucks. I think that's the biggest thing. And yeah, I mean, it was just a tough position to be in, and obviously we dug ourselves a deep hole from the start. And
72-22, 4 minutes left in the first half.
Jonathan Kuminga was a minus 40 in the game.
So minus 44.
Minus 44, yeah.
So I want to tell you guys an awful moment that happened to me. I just opened DraftKings.
Brendan Sorsby's on line one.
Brendan, any advice? Yeah, Brandon, don't do what you're about to do.
I think we have some feedback here.
I opened the DraftKings app, and I was just curious. It says Hawks plus 45.5.
It's a lot of points.
I go,
It's a lot
by the way,
of points.
the highest it got was 51.5. What did the Knicks win by?
51, right?
Yeah. So people were super pissed. I see that line, and I go, The Knicks are not going to care.
They
this
have to
game
call off
is
the dog.
it's over. Like
Yeah.
you're playing cats I can't name.
Yeah.
45.5. Yeah, they're going to win the game. It's going to be a 38-point win. You know me too. I'm small bet Brandon.
You are.
I'm a little fish.
Yeah.
You're medium pizza bet guy.
I've had a nice little run here. I've made some good money on my NBA gambling lately. I have no idea what possessed my brain to type $15,
To plus 45.
which isn't even a big bet.
No.
No.
But it's for me, it's like
Yeah. That's
that's 3 times bigger than I will bet.
Usually, yes.
And I took Hawks plus 45.5. I had this game on. My daughter walks in and goes, "Whoa, 136 points."
Why are you watching this?
She goes, "Why are you still watching this?" I go, "I got the Hawks plus 45.5.
I need him to lose by 44.
She has no idea what that means. I'm
No.
having to explain to her
Exactly.
now. Her dad's a degenerate
You're
to a
trying
certain
to explain
extent.
to her what a paper route is.
Remember that college degree you thought about, honey? Might have to go to a trade school.
Do you know what the Knicks did in the third quarter?
Engineers make a lot of money.
The Knicks, who are up by 1,000,000 points,
Yeah.
in the third quarter, this game is a wrap.
Yep.
I lay this bet, and I sit back on the couch, and I turn it back on to just watch the Hawks eat into the lead, right? Oh, no. The Knicks played their starters more than half of the third quarter. You know what they did?
Extended the lead.
Bury him.
It got to 101-58, and I went, oh, my God.
This bet's over.
I'm not going to cover this. They're not going to cover a 45.5-point line, and they didn't.
No. There's pressure on the reserves at that point
To keep it going.
to make sure that the final score is as eye-popping as the game for those that actually stuck with it. Right. It's like an NFL game when somebody's just annihilating somebody. It's 35-zip, 42-zip. But if the defense has the shutout going and the coaches start pulling the starters, because you don't want to get anybody hurt, but there is pressure on the rookies and the reserves, especially if you're trying to preserve a shutout.
I like that you're really going with this take. Other than the Hawks just quit.
They did.
They quit.
Yeah, what are you playing for at that point?
But
What are we saying about our team if we went out like that at home?
I just fire everybody, trade
Right?
everybody,
Like you're
blow it
literally
up.
just
They
saying
shouldn't-
blow it all up.
Blow it up.
Don't
What was
exist
that?
anymore.
Yeah.
Move cities. Nobody cares about you in Atlanta. Like, get them out of there.
So you didn't watch. I kept it on for the obvious gambling purposes.
Sure.
There was a backdoor cover. They were up 51. I'm like, hey, a couple threes here, and we're covering this number. And then we're not going to. Corey Kispert just didn't want to shoot the ball.
That's so embarrassing for an NBA elimination game too. Like
It's so bad.
everything on the line. Blowouts randomly in the playoffs are always going to happen, but when it's a win or go home game
Yeah.
for you on your home
The
floor,
largest margin at half in a playoff game
yes,
ever.
it's
James
close
Harden
to
even
the
said,
largest.
whoa.
Yeah. It's not the largest margin of victory in a playoff
No.
game, but it's the largest margin at a half.
Yes,
So I had this game on until the horn sounded. And the last 4 seconds, the Knicks have the ball, and they're dribbling up the clock. I'm not exaggerating. You would have thought they were at Madison Square Garden. It was insanely loud.
a lot of bing bongs in the second half there.
I don't know what the crowd split actually was in Atlanta.
Well, there
at
were no
Phillips Arena.
Hawks fans left at the
No.
final buzzer.
No, but it had to have. That split of that crowd in Atlanta had to be 60-40. It had to be almost 50-50.
Yeah, look, I'm sure those tickets were decently expensive, probably not as bad as our like Game 3 and Game 4 tickets. And maybe Knicks fans drove them up a little bit. If I bought a ticket to that game, I'm leaving in the second quarter.
Oh.
Why am I
Easy.
staying?
Easy.
What am I sitting
The
around
only
for?
thing you're doing is you're in the idea of like you've already pre-planned that you're going to Uber home, so you have a couple cocktails and you just want to be the Cougar fan in the top dumping popcorn on your
sitting
face.
in the 300 level with
Just
my feet up.
basically going, I don't know what this has become, but I'm in. I'm here and I'm enjoying
What
it.
the hell happened to us? Now I'm buying 3 more cocktails. All of a sudden, this got an expensive night.
I think I'm more fascinated by can we lose a game by 80? Is this because you have to be
Came
thinking
close.
that at the first half.
It felt like that might happen
when you
look
see
at the score.
72-22, it just looks AI'd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's the equivalent of like a UConn women's basketball first round
Yep.
game against a 16 seed.
Yes.
Those lines are like 49.5 for an
Yep.
opening tournament game.
I thought the Knicks were going to try to push it, see if they could get 100.5.
They came
Because
close.
they
What did they
could've.
have it at 80 something? 85?
I thought it was 83-37 was the halftime score.
83 to
Crazy.
37.
Just insane, man.
Thanks for coming, Atlanta.
We still want to build around CJ, or
I think we're going to move on from that one. I think we I think
does
we're okay
any
there.
player? I'm not kidding here. We'll get to some Jokic Nugget stuff. I don't know. He's not a superstar. I'd say he's bordered in his career on star-ish. CJ, because he's never made an All-Star team.
All-star potential.
Okay, whatever you want to classify him. I don't know if a player gets more love when he has a great game and his team wins, and then nobody ever talks or cares when he loses.
No.
Than him. Oh, he lit it up at the Garden. Hey, CJ.
I'm no villain. He's talking trash to the crowd.
Down 55 in a closeout game. Here's Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh. We're just not going to talk about the other guy, huh?
Where you at on that one, CJ?
Crazy, man. All right. Timberwolves eliminate the Nuggets last night.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Is that worse than?
Yes.
I mean,
I think it is.
The Knicks were a better team than the Hawks.
Yeah.
That game was atrocious.
The Hawks are also irrelevant.
It's a great question.
Nobody cares
But-
about the Hawks. Nobody thinks about the Hawks. I can't name you 4 players on
The
the Hawks.
T-Wolves had 8
The Hawks are the Hawks.
dudes in uniform.
The Nuggets have what everybody loves to tell me is the best player in the league.
I mean, he's won 3 MVPs. The league has told you he's the best player in the league. They won a championship a couple of years ago.
A title. Get to. And I don't know if he will. But how does that game impact our Blazers? I actually have a tie-in on this, and we'll talk about the Nuggets being eliminated by the Timberwolves, who were shorthanded, next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazer GM Joe Cronin, and indicating new owner Tom Dundon already spending and is ready to spend more to improve the roster this offseason. In his final comments of the year, also indicated Thiago Splitter, candidate for the head coaching job next year, but they do hope to talk to more candidates before making a decision. The Knicks completely dismantling the Atlanta Hawks 140-89. They advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals and will await the winner of Celtics-Sixers series. That's going back to Boston for a Game 7 Saturday. Philly taking Game 6 106-93. Just 8 players in uniform and missing their top 3 scorers in this series. The Timberwolves closed out the Nuggets in 6 games, 110-98. Fresh blood advancing in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Anaheim Ducks sent the Edmonton Oilers packing with a 5-2 win in Game 6, and the Minnesota Wild get their first playoff series win in over a decade, closing out the Stars in 6 games. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday.
Poll questions up. Which loss is worse last night? Hawks losing by 51 or the Nugs to a shorthanded Minnesota team? You can vote at Dirt and Sprague. Let's talk about that series. It's a wrap.
It's over.
Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray have a good offseason. Eliminated by the incredibly shorthanded Minnesota Timberwolves. We got the news yesterday before the game that Ayo Dosunmu wasn't going to play, and then you looked at the lineup and you said, so no Ann Edwards, no Ayo, no Dante.
Right.
We've got Randall, McDaniels, Gobert, Conley, and Terrence Shannon Jr., as they call him on the streets, TJ. And then you mix in some Naz Reid, Jalen Clark, and a little Bones Highland for you.
They had nobody available. When I saw the news the Chicago Cat was going to be out, who had killed him the entire series.
You call him the Chicago Cat.
Desonwu? How do you say his last name?
Dosunmu. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try and remember that one. He has been outstanding for them in the playoffs. They had, obviously, Ant's already out. DiVincenzo's out. That was cool to see the whole team show up in DiVincenzo jerseys. That was kind of a cool homage to their teammate going down with the Achilles. Mm-hmm. That's the first time in the history of the NBA playoffs. 3 players have been out of a game who are averaging 10-plus points per game in the series, and they've won the game.
Yeah.
That's never happened in the history of the NBA playoffs. You took away, in the series, they were averaging respectively 21.8, 18.5, and 10.8. That's what they were missing from their lineup last night, just to name a few. And Denver had the best player, according to some on the planet, and their second best player available, and they lost the game.
Jaden McDaniels was awesome in this thing.
He was, dude, to his credit, like that guy ran his mouth.
He talked a lot of
He said, these guys suck on defense. We're hunting them. They can't guard us. He came out after they won. I want to say it was game 2, because I'm pretty sure they lost game 1 and then won game 2, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. And he ran his mouth, and that dude backed it up. If you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk, and he did it the rest of the series.
Yeah, Shannon Jr. came off the bench and started, gave him 24 points. And by the way, he's basically their Shaden Sharp this year, because Chris Finch was asked a couple games ago, hey, how come he's not getting any run? And Finch was like, he's not in the right spots. He's not.
Got to do the right thing in the playoffs.
And he's like, we're going to help him. We're trying to help him. And the best way to help him for us is we put him on the bench, talk to him. Well, now they were kind of forced because they had no Ayo.
There's nobody left.
And so he goes out there and he balls out of his mind. Naz Reid gives you 15 off the bench. The NBA playoffs are great because you don't know what heroes are going to randomly emerge. Mm-hmm. It truly, to me, was a little shocking to see them win. By the way, what an atmosphere in Minnesota.
Yeah.
That is one of the best home environments in the league when
they
that
use
team's good.
That throwback court, too.
I love it.
It's just perfect.
I love it. They were howling at the tip. And they didn't stop until that horn went off, and then they went crazy.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert, I thought, was really good in this series. I thought he was really disruptive against Jokic. And I don't believe... Yeah, I think I have this right. I don't think Nikola Jokic had a 30-point game in this series.
No, he could not shoot the ball very well. You could tell his legs were a little bit tired. The stat lines are always going to look good for him because of the player that he is. But he's one of those guys that he set the standard so high. Like, I don't think it's all Jokic's fault. I think it's ridiculous to do that in any scenario, blaming the one player who's available and playing every game. Jamal Murray had some absolute stinkers throughout the course of this series. Aaron Gordon went down, but that doesn't excuse the idea of them losing to Minnesota. Like, that was shocking to me, to be honest with you. Like, Atlanta, no showing. I don't really think about Atlanta. I don't care about Atlanta. Atlanta is irrelevant. Denver was going to lose in the second round no matter what because that team ain't beating San Antonio. But the idea of everybody being out for Minnesota, there was a red carpet rolled out for you to win that series, and they still couldn't do it. And talk about an offseason with hard questions ahead. They're in one of those spots now when you look at the assets they've given up, when you look at the collection of the talent that they have a championship. So that'll be the ultimate, it's kind of a Milwaukee scenario. We can all make fun of Milwaukee for how bad their future looks. Well, at least they won a damn title. At least they got a title out of this. But that was a loss last night that genuinely felt like, dude, it might be closed. That window, I think, is completely shut for them.
So Murray was 4-17. Give McDaniels credit because he was awesome on offense and he was awesome on defense.
Yes,
he was disrupting Jamal Murray all night, who had 12. Here was Jokic in the postgame on where he thinks the Nuggets are currently at.
There will be a lot of kind of bigger picture talk in the coming days. Where do you feel like this team is, in that bigger picture, and how far away or not far away do you feel like you guys are from being, a championship contender?
We just lost in the first round, so I think we are far away.
He also went on to say, if we did this in my home country, everybody's fired. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, everybody probably should be fired out of this
Here's the thing. It's not that you can't ever find trade partners. Their contracts are all very interesting. I don't know how easy all of this is going to be. And the architect of the Denver Nugget title went over to Minnesota.
Yes, he did.
And created the archetype of how to beat Denver, and now they've done it twice. To me, I looked at this through a Blazer lens because it's the Western Conference.
Mm-hmm.
And we've gone a little back and forth on things, but when we go through the laundry list of teams, the Nuggets were 54 wins this year.
Yes, they were. They were the 4 seed.
And we won 42.
Yeah.
Right? So from a win-loss perspective, we're pretty far away.
It's a massive gap.
It is a massive gap. And also, in some ways, not as massive a gap. And what I mean by that is not that you will be better than Denver next year. It's that when I look at the Blazers and we talk about the Blazers, you and I want the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a feel-good little play-in, playoff team that gets eliminated early, and I'm raw happy because my guys are good guys. I'm not one of those Portlanders. There's a lot of people out there in Portland like that. That ain't me. I want this team to be a legitimate contender that goes for the title.
Have an actual amount of hope in your heart that this could
Yes.
doesn't have to happen, but that, like, hey, I could see it. There's a scenario there.
And last night showed me that although Denver from a win-loss perspective is much better than you and they have a better player than you do, if their roster cannot be changed drastically, I just look at that from a Blazer fan perspective and think, suddenly not such a juggernaut. And I'm not saying that they're not, again, going to beat you in the regular season or have 10 more wins than you.
Right.
It's that you have to look at the West, I think, through the playoff prism, right? Gordon was out. Well, he was out most of the year. Murray was terrible. Christian Brown just got a contract extension.
Yeah, I don't feel great about that
They just
right
made
now.
a trade for Cam Johnson, who finally had a good game. This isn't some easy turnover roster-wise. And so when we look at the West, we see Oklahoma City, we see San Antonio, and we kind of have everybody else, right? Like, isn't everybody else a little lumped with you? Now, maybe Minnesota gets amped back and they contend against San Antonio a lot harder than we think. But I look at this from a playoff standpoint in the West of it's going to be a juggernaut in the regular season, but what do they look like in the West playoffs? Denver losing to that Minnesota group, that's alarming.
Yeah.
Houston, they might lose KD this offseason. Then what are they going to do? The Lakers are the wild card here because they're going to get Luka back next year, and they might not have LeBron, so they'll have a max slot, and they may figure that out. But right now, you look at the West, and I see San Antonio, they just beat us, and I see Oklahoma City. Everybody else doesn't feel like we're going to beat them next year. It's more of the idea is not so insane when that Denver team loses to that Minnesota team.
They're not overwhelmingly like, oh my God, how do we contend with
Like it's
that?
an impossibility. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
if they can build and make the right trades this offseason.
It's just like for Denver, too, a year ago, you can excuse a second-round series loss to the eventual NBA champion that goes 7 games. Like that just was seeding. You had to play him in the second round, and you pushed them all the way to the brink to the point where it's like, oh my God, is Denver going to pull off this upset? And they couldn't get it done ultimately in Game 7. That is a stark difference to what we saw this year. And I think it now begs the question for them. In terms of like interesting offseason teams, Denver is near the top of my list. Do they just roll it back with a new head coach because they don't have a ton of options? Do they try and bank on health? Do they?
Jokic defended Adelman. He said this isn't on him.
He said it's not on him. Do you trade one of your Gordon or Murray? Like, do you get rid of one of your big pieces? Do you pull a Milwaukee? They did that kind of with the Drew Holiday thing.
I wonder if they
do
the Murray one.
Hey, what's the aggressive move, or do they just try and bank on, hey, we'll try and bring it back next year. Maybe we'll be better. It's a fascinating offseason ahead of them because they don't have the assets or the capital to go make the move to get the one more guy to put him back over the top.
Sounds crazy. I understand. In a weird way, I was like, this makes me feel great. They have the best player, but if they can't move certain parts...
I agree with the ultimate point.
I don't think that team's going to... Why is that team going to be so much better next year?
Yeah, the tough part is you still have the 2 juggernauts that aren't going anywhere.
Well...
So the third best team in the Western Conference has now slipped.
I know.
So
hey, we might be getting
closer
to
the top tier of the mountain might be easier, but topping the mountain is still incredibly difficult.
A great story last night watching Jaden McDaniels and the T-Wolves knock off the Denver Nuggets. They had a little melee in that one, too. We
did. That's one of the best, if not the best, rivalry in the NBA.
Yeah,
maybe
they
the
really
only legitimate rivalry where they hate each other's guts.
No doubt.
A lot of fun to watch, though.
We'll get to the Blazer exit audio from yesterday. We'll talk about that coming up at the top of the hour, but it is 6:46, Dirt and Sprague. We're back with more on a fantastic Friday edition on 105.1 The Fan. You know, you're so right that credit to Jaden McDaniels for saying, quote, go at Jokic, Jamal, all the bad defenders, Tim Hardaway, Cam Johnson, Aaron Gordon, their whole team, and then backing it up.
They were just taking turns going at Murray last night. It felt like, who's Murray Garden? Go at him.
How about a shout-out to his teammate who got hurt in the beginning of the series, Ann Edwards. Remember like 2 years ago? I think it was the Phoenix series where they ended up sweeping Kevin Durant and the Suns, and they were asking Anthony Edwards, how do you go against Devin Booker? He's like, we got Jaden McDaniels. What about Kevin Durant? We got Jaden McDaniels.
Jaden McDaniels is our guy.
And people were like, why? Dude, he really loves Jaden McDaniels.
He's not better than Kevin Durant. What are we talking about here?
We discovered in that series, coincidentally, in run, that Jaden McDaniels a pretty good player. Like, that's a step yesterday, and you wonder, like, oh, my God, did Minnesota stumble in to a guy that maybe with this kind of stuff? And that's what I think the playoff breeds, is just the confidence that players can build, that it's like, dude, I dominated. Why am I not one of the best? And then they take that approach into the offseason. It's a good story, I think, for the Minnesota organization and Chris Finch, too, by the way.
It's a huge win for them, man.
3 years ago. Like, dude, that's the story in sports sometimes, is development.
Yes.
And how important and crucial it can be to build guys up, help them see where their faults and their weaknesses are, and then watch players like that develop into this caliber of player.
Right.
I also can't help but have the thought of this is – I understand all the narratives about the regular season of the NBA. This is why the NBA is you should watch it and use it like baseball. You don't want to pay attention to the regular season. I totally get that. The NBA playoffs are fantastic. I had a buddy text me yesterday, dude, how about this Wolves game? I've been watching the league much. I've not liked it, but this season feels different. I'm like, dude, it's been this way for 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no clear – there might be with Oklahoma City, but year in and year out, you just don't know what stars are going to fall early or what stars and their teams are going to continue to push the rest of the league. Look no further than Nikola Jokic, who we all agree is in the conversation as the best player in the league.
Without a doubt.
But, man, best players in the league losing that series, that's not a good look usually in the league history of best players losing in the first round. But that also speaks to the depth of the league, I think, with the talent and how truly hard it is to win now.
It's also, I think, a great, and I think there's two examples of this in the NBA right now. And I don't know where it's going to go for Denver. Maybe they figure it out and come up with some solution this offseason that gets them back into contention. But we had a title out of Milwaukee with a player who some believed is the best player in the NBA, was an MVP, found a way to win that championship over Phoenix, down 2-0. They won 4 in a row. He seemed unstoppable and dominant in those finals. That closeout game that Giannis had in that series is one of the most impressive NBA games that I've ever seen from a star, considering the stakes. And we thought to ourselves, oh my God, here comes Milwaukee with Giannis. Like, who's going to stop this freak over the next 5 to 6 years? And we said very similar things about Denver. When Jokic finally broke through and won, they did beat that Miami team in the finals, but still it was like you're watching a big guy do stuff that we've never really seen a big guy do. And who is ever going to come up with a way to stop this? Mm-hmm. And this is the unique nature of the one area that Adam Silver, I think, has won, is made it a little bit tougher to bring different guys in, made the luxury tax bill, all the, the little tweaks behind the scenes that he's made.
Roster building is very hard.
And it has become like you are constantly if you're in that spot, leery of what landmine am I going to step on that's going to derail this entire thing.
Agreed.
And you could go through with Denver and pick anything you want. You mentioned the Braun contract with 5-year, $125 million he got paid.
Something like that,
like,
yeah.
Dude, that hasn't even started yet. That deal doesn't even kick in until next year.
He's
like, what?
Not very
They tried
good.
the Michael Porter. Let's go get Cam Johnson. That's a smarter Michael Porter Jr.
I praised him for that move.
On paper, it seemed like a great deal. He sucked all year.
Porter actually had a good year when he played.
He did. He had no pressure. There were no expectations. Go out and hoop, and he did it. And there was nobody else to take shots because they were a tanking team, so he ended up having a good year.
Right.
But you couldn't quite replace it. And so the same thing goes with Milwaukee of Drew won it, and the next year we got banged up, and then it was the Dame trade for them. That was like, all right, we got to keep being aggressive. You step on a landmine, and all of a sudden your future is very murky and in doubt. And so that's kind of the beauty of the NBA. We'll wait and see, and you bring this up all the time with OKC and San Antonio. In the current state, we're saying, oh my God, how is anybody going to beat this?
Right.
But the reality of the NBA has shown us over the last handful of years is, dude, you're one or two decisions away from going from who's going to beat that team to, dude, what the hell happened to them, and how are they not competing for titles anymore?
And how the hell do you get better? I think that's the big question
Very
we have here
difficult.
locally, and I couldn't help but have that thought. Yesterday, we had exit interview audio. Let's hear from Joe Cronin, Tiago Splitter, a lot to unpack. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here on a fantastic Friday on 105.1 The Fan.
A Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers held their final exit interviews for the media on Thursday. GM Joe Cronin did indicate that Tom Dundon, as the new owner, is willing to spend when it comes to the roster, as well as the next head coach if they find the right candidate. Tiago Splitter is a candidate, but they want to do a complete search before making that decision. New York Knicks on to the conference semifinals after they emasculated the Hawks 140-89. Their opponent still in doubt. Celtics and Sixers need 7 games. Philly with a 106-93 win in Game 6. That'll be Saturday back in Beantown. With just 8 players and missing their top 3 scorers in the series, the Timberwolves closed out the Nuggets in 6 games, 110-98. Round 2 of the Cadillac Championship on the PGA Tour. Playing the Blue Monster, Cam Young, your first-round leader at 8 under, will tee off at 11 o'clock. He's 1 shot clear of Jordan Spieth and Alex Smalley. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2, Darren Sprague here on a 7 a.m. edition. Happy Friday, everybody. Many on the internet concluding, and I agree, Nikola Jokic, you are not allowed to have the number 1 crown.
It's all gone, huh?
Get out of the first round, you bum.
Is it an SGA crown now? Has he got the crown after the title last year?
I got to get it
win
to him,
another
man.
one?
Hard not to.
Yeah.
Hard not to. Maybe Wemby takes it this year.
He could if he wins the series, wins the title.
I probably would have voted for Wemby if I had an MVP vote.
Oh, he would have been your MVP, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just... The numbers are so mind-blowing of what they are with him on the... Not that they're actually really good. I think their plus-minus was good when he wasn't playing.
I mean, yeah, we went over the numbers without him in the
metrics.
lineup.
It's like, holy crap.
He's arguably the best defensive player we've ever seen in the history of the NBA, and already is at this early stage of his career.
And one listener saying, people thought I was crazy. I said easily give up a Bucks first for McDaniels a couple of years ago. Yeah, I mean...
that aged like
aged
fine
very
wine,
well.
man.
It's aged very well.
That's a trade that we could have pulled off.
A lot to get to here in the second hour of the radio program. I'd like to remind everybody out there, though.
What's going on?
Well, if you're not doing anything.
I mean, I have nothing on my calendar. I think I'll be around that day.
Swag will be in Italy.
Yeah.
Swimming 500 yards from the country.
Feeding his wife grapes, just dangling them. That's what you guys going to do, laying your lawn chairs on your balcony on your cruise ship, eating grapes off of each other.
You're going to get into some weird
You guys are doing some weird stuff, aren't you? Some weird Italian stuff. Yeah.
Oh.
Too many cappuccinos. You're going to be a little over-energized.
First trip to Europe, I might learn some things.
We might get a text. Swag died of a heart attack. He ate too much cheese while having sex. Like, what? That's a thing?
Too many caffeinated ice creams and martinis, man. Calm it down, Swigard.
Well, if you're not having spicy Italian sex like Swag, join us June 23rd.
Gonna love the gelato.
Oh. I feel like that's code for something, and I don't want to know what.
I think it absolutely is.
You, your girl, and your Johnson.
June 23rd, Toyota presents the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms Golf Club. We got foursomes on sale now. Morning or afternoon rounds are available. Be hanging out at the infamous Angels MV Bourbon Par 3 6th hole. The whole station will be hanging out there. And, of course, we'll be able to feed you guys in the morning and afternoon rounds with Matt's Barbecue. Oh, you're going to miss that juicy brisket.
I do love some
You'll be gnawing on some different brisket, but you'll be missing that Matt's Barbecue juicy brisket. Head to 1051thefan.com and click on the Fan Golf Classic logo to sign up. The Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota, also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro Dobel Tequila, your neighborhood restaurant group, Phil Booker Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, Window Nation. So, the Hawks get beat down. We didn't even get to Boston, Philly. We got Game 7 in that series.
We have a Game 7 in that series.
How much of that series, let's be honest.
Who the hell is going to win the Eastern Conference?
Right, the Knicks.
Why can't we be in the East?
You imagine.
Who's going to win it?
So cool.
I mean, I would lean Knicks, but let's not act like they weren't also in a little bit of hot water by a team who just gave up 900 points in the first half.
If not New York, who do you pick?
Am I crazy to say Philly right now?
Well, if Philly beats Boston, I think anything's crazy
and
at this
Embiid's
point.
back. He's playing pretty well.
Maxey's been awesome.
Maxey's been incredible. Paul George had a great game last night.
How about
Edgecombe
that?
has won him a game in the playoffs.
How many superstars are just going to vouch to do steroids to get suspended for 25 games just so they can be fresh for the playoffs?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
PG-13. Good move. Good move. We haven't even gotten to that game, that series. I think I've watched 38% of that series.
When is Game 7? Sunday?
Saturday.
4:30.
Oh, that's not a bad time. Later in the day, I like that.
Weekends are nice, though.
Weekends are nice.
Weekend's gotta be
if
nice.
it's a 12:30 game, you're just like, dude, right in the middle. But 4:30, maybe you're home, you're cooking dinner, you're kind of winding down your day a little bit.
Yeah.
At least the second half, much easier to watch for me.
Totally get it. So the Blazers, our beloved Trailblazers, said a goodbye yesterday.
They gave their hags yesterday. Everybody
did.
wrote in the yearbook.
We had Hags. Scoot Henderson was the last player to talk. And Joe Cronin, man, he waited people out.
He did.
It took a while for Joe Cronin to get to that stage.
That's what you're going to do, man. If you want to be here, you want to get my quotes, I'm going to make you wait for it.
Let's start with Tiago Splitter.
What's up, Tiago?
Tiago Splitter, for many, is just should be handed the job. And I like Tiago Splitter, but I've also said you should be doing interviews. I don't understand the backlash to people.
No, you can't do that to him.
Yeah.
You can't. I actually don't even know why we're doing this segment because we all know the Blazers are moving to Seattle. So what's the point in talking about them? We might as well just move on to a different topic. They're gone.
Damn, you're
There's
petty.
like a 50% chance they're going to Seattle now. It was like 1% a week ago. Now it's
petty
50%.
today.
What's the point in even talking about them?
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying he's petty?
I am just so tired of seeing that take pop up.
There's a real run of Seattle media.
Interviewing people from Portland who no longer really
just
have
wanna-
media jobs who are giving takes about.
They just want to tell
the
you that the
team
Blazers are
leaving.
gone.
What are we doing here, man?
Well, let's talk about the team before they move to
all right.
Seattle.
The future Seattle Blazers. How do they feel about their next head coach? Go
You know,
ahead.
the Seattle Super Blazers is kind of a cool name, though.
Do they go red and green? Do they just go Christmas?
Red and
You got to
green,
combo
yeah.
the colors. You
Well,
can't go red and black.
They used to play on Christmas.
They
It'd be kind
did.
of cool.
Yeah, it would.
Would we hate them forever? Absolutely, we would. But the Seattle Super Blazers with a red and green scheme, with a Sonic in the middle of the pinwheel, that's kind of a.
It's not a bad.
Is
not a
the
bad theory.
Grinch their new mascot?
That's actually a great
Yeah,
idea.
you're not quite a Sonic, but
That's
yeah.
a great idea.
It's a good call. Well, let's talk about them while we still have them. Tiago Splitter. Many are like, hey, no coach ever been more disrespected in the history of the league than what Tom Dundon's done to Tiago Splitter, who's the interim coach. And here is Tiago Splitter on his relationship with the organization.
There's a lot of talking right now, and I think some of them are exaggerations, clickbaits and stuff like that. I have a good relationship with Tom, with Joe. We just need some time now, and I understand. It's a new owner. He's trying to figure out us as well, learn what we do and what we do wrong and good. And I guess he needs some time as part of it. And we just finished the season. But my relationship with Joe and Tom is great right now, and we just gotta, wait a little bit here and make a decision.
Well, controversy to what everybody's writing and telling me. Tiago Splitter confirms, indeed, I have a good relationship with Tom Dundon and Joe Cronin. I cannot believe we just heard that.
Look, that's the right way for him to answer the question. To be fair to him, he has no ability to say anything else if he wants the job, but there's been that thought of, does he want the job, which I kind of chuckle at. It's like it's an NBA head coaching job. I don't think teams around the NBA are tripping over themselves.
I do love
to go hire him.
I love it. If they don't give it to Tiago, who's going to want it? It's like Lou Williams literally on the internet yesterday was like, would you do it for 1.5? He's like, I'd do that job. Like, yeah, dude.
In a heartbeat.
It's one of 30
There's
gigs.
30 head coaching jobs in the NBA. They're not all over the place. And so if you get the opportunity to do it, you want to hold on to it as long as you possibly can. And once you lose it, there's no guarantee that you're going to get another one immediately.
I know we're going to play some Cronin stuff here.
Yeah.
We got some exit interview audio to get through, and we have a little bit of off-season stuff we can get to because they talked a lot about where things are going. Because I've watched, covered, followed the league for as long as I have, both in my non-radio life and now in my radio life, the easiest thing to do is to see what the counter is from all the people that said that this was the worst possible situation. It's the most hostile. It's the most volatile. It's the cheapest, all that, right?
Nobody's ever been treated worse.
Nobody, yeah. For all of that, the easy counter today, if we would have come out screaming to the heavens about how impossible it was that this organization could be led by Tom Dundon, the easiest counter is, What are they supposed to say? You think you believe that? To which I would say, cool. Then I'll never believe what the org says ever again. And neither is anybody else allowed to
at
tout
any point.
what anybody in the organization says. If you're a counter today...
So if they were saying Jody Allen's a good owner, does that mean that Jody Allen wasn't a good owner? Were they lying then, or are they lying now?
Right, and then you believe that, but like you don't... I understand. It's a very easy thing to say, what is Tiago supposed to say? Tiago wasn't asked specifically to give his thoughts on Tom Dundon.
No, and he brought him up organically.
If he's treated very poorly and didn't want to be here and be a part of it, he could have just said, I enjoyed the season and we'll see what the offseason is. He could have just said that, and he unsolicited added to that element. So I know how it's going to be spun for everybody that instantly went in with the big takes. And I wanted to kick back. I wanted to see how everything was going to be talked about.
Right.
And I'm going to continue to evaluate everything and try to be as neutral and fair as I can on all the stuff. But I heard this yesterday from the GM and the coach.
So are we going to tamp down some of the stuff on Tom Dundon, or no? Probably not.
I don't know.
You know what I was thinking about yesterday, because there was the coaching stuff kept coming up, and they were peppering Cronin about it as well. And Tiago, I obviously watched his exit interview. I thought he handled it well. He answered the questions the way that he's supposed to. I also it didn't look like he was lying through his teeth or being held hostage the entire time. You know what I kept going back to? Do you realize it has been 14 years since we've had a legitimate coaching search? We hired Terry.
We
hired Terry Stotts in 2012. That is the last time we legitimately had, because Chauncey Billups was his guy. He was always going to get the job.
Well, Jody liked Becky Hammond, though. Don't forget that report. Becky Hammond's on the doorstep of being hired by the
Of course, he was right there.
Jody Allen.
Let's get a PR win, because we know we're about to hire a guy who's got some stuff in his past that's not going to look great, and our GM's got to drink a water bottle at a press conference, and then he's going to get arrested by the FBI. We have not had a legitimate open coaching search in 14 years as an organization.
If I saw Jody Allen across the street at a coffee shop, and I said, Jody, where is Becky Hammond currently coaching?
If you asked her
could she answer that question?
Who is Becky Hammond? I'm just going to leave it at that. Name me the profession. What's she doing?
No, but my sources are saying that it's definitely Becky Hammond.
I mean, it was such a fake coaching search, and he handpicked his guy, and they just went through the proper checking of boxes that they need to not get into legal trouble.
Which is crazy to me you say that, because I hadn't really thought about...
That's how long it's been.
I know, it's been a long time, but I hadn't really put the number in my mind. You saying that now makes it even funnier to me that Blazer fans exist that are like, just give him the job.
This is my whole point. No, let's cast a wide net here. Let's interview as many people as possible.
If you want to say he has the in or the...
Sure, he could be the front runner for the job. That's fine.
Yeah.
There was nothing that he did this year. And I'm not trying to be critical of Tiago Splitter.
Oh, don't ask the players that, because they'll disagree with you.
Well, again, are those lies? What are they going to say about their head coaches at an exit interview? Are we not believing anything anymore? You think they're going to come out in front of the media and say, actually, I hated the guy? You want Shaden Sharp's honest thoughts on Tiago Splitter right now? You think he was 100% honest in his exit interview yesterday?
I think he did. I think he
After
said it without saying
4 minutes in an elimination game? Of course he's not a fan of him right now. There was nothing that he did this year that makes me go, don't interview anybody else, give him the job.
I agree with that.
If he ends up getting the job, I am completely fine with that.
Totally cool.
The players, to your point, seem to love him. He did hold it together this year after the start of the season with the FBI stuff. No issue with it.
Yeah.
But it would be a massive mistake. We cannot go from an ownership group where we criticize them for not fully vetting the proper candidates before making the hire and then ask our new ownership group to do what the last ownership group did. The last coach and the last GM we hired, we essentially hired without doing any sort of outside interviews. And I'm not a fan of operating that way. Even if Tiago ends up getting the job, you should interview as many people as humanly possible.
So do you want a fun fact? It's May 1st. Happy May.
Happy May, everybody.
May 1st. We forgot to play Justin Timberlake yesterday.
It's gonna be May.
Tomorrow it's going to be May. And now today it is May. We are almost exactly a month away from being 14 years since we had a legitimate general manager search.
Yes.
Coach, GM in this city.
That's how long it's been.
Has just been handed. Now, to me, Cronin talked about how he feels about his job security.
Yeah.
I've always kind of leaned, I think they're going to keep Dwayne Hankins and Joe Cronin for at least the year, and then we'll revisit next year, right? Because then next year you'd only have the 1 year buyout. And I think he's pretty honest of saying Dundon's pretty transparent. He's not really giving me a reason to believe I won't be here.
Yeah. I'll
So-
walk back. I mean, I thought earlier this week that Dundon's pretty reactionary, but based on the press conference yesterday, I don't think Joe's going anywhere.
Sure. And we talked about that earlier this week of like, do you want him? Do you not want him? And I was like, I understand why people don't, but I'd be willing to give him one more summer. Like, dude, let's go make some moves. Let's take a step from a 7-seed play-in team
See what
to
we can do.
a legitimate playoff team. Contender's a different category to me. But it, to me, is interesting to think about how they haven't had a legitimate coaching search in 14 years. And also the same with the general manager.
Yep.
Like the two huge spots of your franchise that dictate all of this, relationships of players and who's here playing. We haven't actually opened it up and done in 14 years. What would we as basketball fans say about other organizations
Doing that.
in other cities that have done that?
We would make fun of them.
You would make fun of
Say
them.
they were poorly run, they're irrelevant, we don't care about them.
Yeah.
Who's been better the last 14 years, us or the Atlanta Hawks?
Us.
You sure about that?
Didn't the Hawks make an Eastern Conference?
They did.
We made a West Finals.
We made a
We
West
did.
Finals.
So they did too.
You think in the last 14 years the Hawks have been better than us?
I'm just asking the question
I
out
guess I
loud.
have to think about this because they did have the 4 All-Star season where they went to the East Finals.
They had a number 1 seed season.
They've been to 2 East Finals.
Who's been better the last 14 years,
But-
us or the Atlanta Hawks?
But to your point,
How do you feel about the Atlanta Hawks?
if you don't win a game in the conference finals, were you there? That Hawks team got swept by LeBron,
They did.
so they weren't there. That wasn't real.
They've made 3 conference finals.
3?
3.
The Trae Young team.
They made it in 2014-15, got swept by the Cavs.
Yeah,
made
that's
it
the
back
one.
the next, or excuse me, semifinals the next year. My
Yeah,
apologies.
yeah,
So
yeah,
2. They made it to the second round the next year and got swept by LeBron and the Cavs, and then they made it in 2021 and lost in 6 to the Bucks.
Let's look up the wins for the last 14 years and comp this. I'm actually kind of
After our last 5 years, I'd imagine they're probably up on us a little bit there. They had a couple of tanking years in there, but they've largely been a playoff team since 2012.
The Ricochet pick was they were 10th, I think, in the lottery odds that year.
So how do we feel about the Atlanta Hawks?
Well, after yesterday, not great, Bob.
They're irrelevant.
Not great. We went down fighting.
We were down 30 in the first half.
You're
At
not-
halftime.
Stop making good points.
We won 2-3
Stop
Cancun
countering
in
my
the first quarter.
I'm just trying to say we're better than the Hawks. Why are you getting so offended by this?
I just think it's important to point out where we fall in the pantheon of NBA teams. And we sniff
think
our
we
own
know.
farts in this market,
I
but
know.
if you're outside of this market, you look at Portland and it is literally
you don't
irrelevant.
think about it. Yeah.
No.
More audio from Exit Day next on The Fan. What shape would you say the circle is that Swag just gave me during the break? Because it's not a circle.
Better remember that for next Monday, man.
Yeah.
Memorize that thing. Burn it into your brain.
Clock's changing.
Big moves are happening.
We got a lot to get to here in the second, third, and fourth hour of the radio program. I don't know what it is. I like when he wears a T-shirt.
Who, me?
Swag.
Swag?
When he wears the slightly too small shirt.
Yeah.
It's a good look on him.
Yeah. I mean, he's still pretty skinny Swag over there.
He's still skinny Swag. Did you
think
go
you
for a
should-
run yesterday? A little shirtless run?
Unbutton one
Not
more
yesterday. I ended up having to get on an impromptu Zoom call
button. Those are always fun.
about things going on behind the scenes.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think I know what you were doing. I went on a douchey tank top run yesterday, but I got sunburned.
Dude, it was hot yesterday.
It was
Sunday's going to hit you, dude. It's going to zap. When you're not used to that kind of heat and you get out there, we and I went out for like an hour and a half in the afternoon. It was
I
like,
hope it's
man,
not too long. Does anybody know, is
Sweating
it
my
metal
balls off.
bleachers at the George Fox Stadium?
Ooh, those could be toasty. You're going to be sitting outside. What time is graduation?
They do two. There's one at noon and one at 3, and he's got the 3 o'clock one.
Graduations are terrible.
yeah, it's not fun to begin with.
So I'm
Very
hoping
big deal in their life.
I'm
but
hoping though
horrible
by
to go
having
through.
2 different ones, they're kind of compact, tight.
Let's go.
Here we go.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Read another name.
Continuing on with the Blazers stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exit interviews. Joe Cronin, he was took the podium. He was the last one to the podium. He talked about the two-way player ordeal. Remember that one?
I do remember that one. They did not
Hyken
send
had to
him.
report. And
Much
then,
ado about nothing.
well, yeah, it kind of was, but to people around the league, it was a deal.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to care. I'm just telling you,
Sure.
people in the league care about that stuff.
Well, players have agents, and agents have other players, and
what? Agents talk and gossip?
Yeah.
Does Youngblood have an agent? Is that what you're telling me?
Welcome to the NBA.
I learned through that story we have a Youngblood on our roster.
Here was Joe Cronin on the two-way players not initially traveling to San Antonio.
The two-way situation feels like something that directly impacts players and also the way players would
Willie-o.
feel about
Hey, Willie.
being part of this organization. Can you explain what happened there?
That one's on me. It was more of a miscommunication on my end. We've talked about doing some traveling party reductions. You know, like next year we'll run a little lighter. I just assumed that
money
meant
here, Joe.
including them, and I didn't double check. And we fixed that mistake. We brought those guys to San Antonio. That was on me for not communicating properly.
I had a couple texts. Falling on the sword.
my bad. Just my bad.
I mean, it was also insinuated in the quick piece that came out a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that it was not a directive by Dundon. That was reported
Well,
initially afterwards. that it
Sources said it wasn't.
He did
directed
not
by
come out and
Dundon.
say, don't send the two-way guys. He said, let's try
Hey.
and find a way to make
Yeah.
the traveling party cheaper, and Joe Cronin wants to keep his job, so what's he doing?
Let's just tighten things up and be more
There-
efficient.
there's two
listening
ways
to the
view
boss.
this. Yeah, there's two ways to view this, and it's not the biggest deal, I think, to you, or
No.
a lot of people.
In the grand scheme of things, I don't care that much, but I get why people in basketball circles tell me it's life or death.
Fall on the sword stuff, certainly. I mean, without a doubt, yeah, wouldn't shock me. I'd also view it a different way and not be surprised if it was legitimately. Joe Cronin's been in the NBA for a while. I think he's been here since
Long time.
07?
Long
08?
time,
Something
yeah.
like that, right? Do you think Joe Cronin also knows what we all know? Who even knows that the two-way guys are always going for every team all the time?
I had no
was
idea.
given a directive to save money. If I cut this, it saves money. Guess what? Who gets to turn in a report and says, look at my TPS report. It's less than it was last year.
Hey, Tom, I saved us money.
It also wouldn't be the most shocking thing if you told me Joe was like, nobody cares. And then they find out, like, oh, crap.
Then somebody leaked it to the media, which is what everybody's doing right now because people are disgruntled because jobs are at stake. And so everybody runs and tells the media. And then this feeding frenzy happens. And all of a sudden, Tommy Two Nickels doesn't want to spend money on anything.
Well, Tommy Two Nickels, according to Joe Cronin.
Oh, what? No, this can't be true.
This part's not true.
This can't be true.
Anything that's countered my original takes, not true.
Can't be true.
No.
And so I'm going to double down and say this is not true, but here's Joe Cronin nonetheless talking about Tommy Two Nickels.
Seeing those reports and some of those things, for me, it was somewhat disturbing because I've gotten the opportunity to know Tom Dundon really, really well these last 10 months. And it's just not an accurate depiction of what his goals are. Yes, we're going to run things more efficiently in terms of, being economically responsible, in terms of having a discipline, less is more mentality. But there's certain situations that nobody would know, because I haven't said it and that he wouldn't say it. But I've seen a lot of instances where he was willing to throw big money on the table in order to support this team, in order to put it on the floor, in order to make us a winner. There were multiple trades at the trade deadline, but one that, it's important for me to talk about is we had a scenario that I presented to him about it would have launched us into the tax close to the first apron, would have saved the other team a bunch of money. We would have gotten a nice young asset, and he would have had to write a check for $20 million because he would have inherited that tax bill, and he didn't flinch. He's like, yep, do it.
Because $20 million is just so easy to spend. Okay.
Can't be true, though. It's Tommy Two Nickels. He's gutting it like John Fisher. We're only going to have G League players on our roster for the next 5 years. And they're going to take a Greyhound bus city to city to play their games.
So we cut some of that answer out. He also highlighted.
Talked about a cold tub and different things.
Hyperbaric chambers.
That's what it was. Hyperbaric chamber. He's buying it.
So I'll just say this. I'm not super Mr. Plugged into everything in this city. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am. And it doesn't even mean that everything that I hear or get from people is right. And so sometimes I dabble away from it, actually. I literally talked with somebody yesterday off the record that was like, dude's a psycho. He will do what it takes to win and care greatly about the players.
Yeah.
Will he penny pinch? Yeah.
In certain areas off the floor?
Yeah.
That's what he's always done. It's what he's already doing.
Tommy Two Nickels is not going anywhere as a nickname in some regards, and I'm
off
okay
the
with
floor.
Yeah.
Off the floor. But when he goes to Seattle in a couple years and they're a juggernaut title contender because that roster's loaded, oh, buddy, we're going to have to walk all that back.
Look, I thought this was one of, and we can get to more of it because I
want to save it. Yeah, I know what element you want to talk about. I'll get to that.
Well, there's that, but I want to give Joe Cronin a lot of credit. I think he's had moments. He's done a decent job as a general manager.
Yes.
Not everything he's done has been great. Not everything he's done has been terrible. He certainly has big hits and big whiffs. I was upset that nobody asked him yesterday about Young Hansen. Just like a year later, he couldn't play. How do you feel about that pick? Did he grow and evolve?
Can I tell you something?
What's his future? Go ahead.
I will tell you this. I talked to somebody a couple months ago about the Young Hansen thing out of curiosity of just finding out. And I can't speak for Joe Cronin because it wasn't Joe or Schmitz. I think organizationally, they tell you, it wasn't great in terms of a production standpoint, but I think internally they think his development will pop. And so you can agree or disagree with why they drafted him, or is this an Andrew Churn, Panda Express pick? They got popped for talking to him 2 years ago.
Yes.
We knew that they were going to sell the team, but we don't know to who at that point. So I think really internally they do believe he will develop.
That's fine.
He just wasn't NBA ready in any way yet, and you can agree that he won't be.
Right.
I think they would tell you they still believe in him as a prospect.
And that very well could have been the answer yesterday. I would have been fine with that. I was just surprised nobody asked about him. That was such a controversial pick, and you could have used another role player this year in the playoffs, and he was not available because he's not ready to play in an NBA game.
Agree.
But I will say this. I think Cronin has had a lot of foot and mouth moments at press conferences. The so all in it's going to hurt
the
move.
Chips in the middle thing.
The drafting of Scoot Henderson after we're going to trade the picks and then pretending this is all going to work out and Damian Lillard will fit in this, and we're all looking at him like, are you an idiot? Do you think we're an idiot? Like, I'm confused here. I thought that was a really good press conference by Joe.
I did
He
too.
acknowledged their shortcomings. He acknowledged not having enough shooting. He acknowledged the roster's not good enough yet. Like, all of the stuff that he said, it was one of the better performances, I think, from a press conference standpoint of his career, and I want to give him a lot of credit for that. It wasn't blowing smoke up my butt, acting like this team was something that it wasn't. They were a 7 seed. They took a step, but don't sit here and tell me that this is a title contender. I thought he did a really good job of handling that and providing context behind the coaching search and the relationship right now with the new owner and what he is and is not willing to spend money on.
Yeah, we'll get to some of that stuff, too. He talked about the coaching search process, which is the next element of all of this in the offseason, and roster building. We'll talk about that coming up next on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, we will have at least one Game 7 from the first round of the NBA playoffs as the Sixers won for the second straight game against the Celtics, 106-93 in Philly. They will send that series back to Boston Saturday night for Game 7. The winner will take on the New York Knicks. who just completely annihilated the Atlanta Hawks 140-89 to close out that series in 6 games. Minnesota Timberwolves only suited up 8 guys. They didn't have their top 3 scorers from the playoff series against the Nuggets. Didn't matter. They were able to close them out in 6 games, 110-98. We'll see some fresh blood advancing in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Anaheim Ducks ended the Oilers' run with a 5-2 win in Game 6. And the Minnesota Wild winning their first playoff series in 11 years, closing out the Stars in 6 games. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
Yeah, someone says, I agree. Cronin did a great job at the presser yesterday. He was way more transparent than he's been previously. Don't you think Dundon being in charge allowed him to be more open and accountable?
Yeah, I think there's some of that.
Versus the Vulcans. I don't know if I can speak to that. I think he's been transparent and some of it's just not aged well, but I just appreciated the guy coming out and saying, like, yeah, it was a good season, but we clearly see where we're falling short and what we need. I mean, we didn't pull it, but he was like, we had no shooting.
Right.
We thought we added a shooter at the deadline.
Didn't happen.
Well, he didn't say that, but yeah, we know. We watched. Be great you didn't do anything for them.
No, he did not.
And, Dame coming back, he acknowledged next year will help in this regard, but you got to add more. You got to have more scoring, more of a threat, so you can open up the middle of the paint for guys like Denny, Drew, Scoot, which I'll say this, I love Drew Holiday's stuff too. He basically... I love that climate change helped us with Drew Holiday because he goes, the winter here wasn't as bad as I was preparing for it. I'm like, well, it's like our warmest winter of all time. But
It's gonna be 90 degrees on Sunday, Drew. Come on down, buddy.
But I think he likes being here. It's a pretty laid back place,
especially at this point of his career. Like you're near the end of it.
His kids are in youth programs. I know of people that had seen Drew Holiday out at facilities at places. So I think it's a good spot. And we've always believed this, for families to be low-key and laid back. But, and I've said this before, I know when you get to the Giannis of things, it's different. I really don't want him to trade him. And I'll walk back. I don't know what 37 a year for 37-year-old Holiday looks like. It's just evident to me how much he means to have in the organization.
I understand the point.
And I don't know who they're going to go after, what they're going to go after, but I tend to believe they're not going to want to get out of the Drew Holiday business.
I think the tough part with Drew Holiday, because I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, the toughest part about him is if you're a contending team, they're not going to win a title next year, but if you're a contending team, you take a step this offseason, what rank of player is Drew Holiday on that level of team?
On a Houston Rocket level 5 seed?
I'm just saying like a 3 or 4 seed in the Western Conference.
I think if you're talking about a 4 seed.
What was he in Boston when they won the title? Wasn't he coming off the bench?
No, I thought he was the 3rd or 4th guy, wasn't he?
Well, so you had Tatum Brown.
You had Tatum and Brown.
Because
Porzingis was technically on that team, but he ended up getting banged up, right?
I'd say Holiday was 3rd.
Was he 3rd on that
third
team?
Banana.
Yeah.
Okay.
A 3rd or 4th.
But that was 3 years ago?
That was such a deep team. It's like Oklahoma City. It's
Very
it's
true.
just very game to game.
But that's the only, it felt like we were leaning on him to be our second best player this year, and I don't think he's a second best player.
Either.
The difficulty is he has a contract being paid like a second best player, and that's where things get wonky for Portland in terms of making trades, matching salaries, and how much you're paying him.
Certainly fair to point
If
that
he
out.
was on a Damian Lillard contract at this point, dude, I would never trade that guy in a million years. It's just the idea of he's making $35, $36, $37 million.
Very fair.
And he should be, in reality, your 4th or 5th best player that's a great locker room guy, can get you a bucket occasionally when you need it, but you're not asking him to carry an offense for 40% of the game.
So Cronin says that they had a trade. Dundon was not the owner, but they ran it by Dundon, and he said had he been in power, he gave the okay for it.
And the big frustration I had was nobody followed up of why did that thing fall through.
Well,
and I don't know how honest of an answer you're going to get.
He's not going to tell you almost anything.
That's
other
totally
than
fine.
Maybe the other team got cold
Just
feet.
ask the question at least. Just give it a, hey, so what? You're not going to tell us the player. I understand that.
Yeah.
Why didn't that deal happen? If Dundon signed off on it and he gave approval, you had a deal in place. Was it the other team? Was it another offer? Did the guy end up getting moved to, any sort of follow-up there would have been nice.
As a hoops head, I've always thought the idea of somebody doing some kind of, 30, 45-minute style doc, getting all the general managers in the league that would want to participate to talk about the deals that nobody ever knew almost happened.
We talked about trading for this guy, and we were this close to making it happen.
We were on the 1 yard line, and we were going to get so-and-so, and nobody had any idea, and it fell through for this reason. It's holy crap, that almost happened. Imagine being the fan bases of all those teams.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
I would love that. I think that would be a lot of fun. This is an example of it, getting him to say,
who was the player?
We were on the 1 yard line getting Jalen Williams from the Oklahoma City Thunder that would have helped them for their tax purposes.
Right.
I'm just giving you an example.
Sure.
I have no intel, and I've been told that's a name, but I'm also why, if I'm Oklahoma City, am I doing that deal?
I have enough money to pay the tax bill. We're printing money. We're
I don't
about
need
to win our
draft picks.
second straight title. I don't
And
need
why
draft
would
picks.
you do that at the trade deadline and not in the offseason?
I know.
He was hurt the majority of the season.
I'm just
too.
giving an example.
Yeah.
But I've heard that name floated out as an offseason, and I'm still They don't need capital for draft. Why would they want? Who do they want on our roster that they don't have?
Right.
That doesn't. I hope we could get Jalen Williams. If we do, we will be doing a whole show celebrating because I think it's a massive move that puts them in a real spot. But I also don't understand the Oklahoma City side of that. To most trades, I don't understand. Why does the team want our stuff? I understand why we want their stuff.
I want their things.
Why do they want our thing?
I don't know if you want anything of ours. It's a good point. I just hope, look, I don't know for everybody that is a scared Blazer fan currently about Tom being cheap and what the future might look like in that regard.
The Seattle Super Blazers.
The Seattle stuff is just nonsense. Like, it's not going to happen.
Sign the lease, and then we'll get back to me on that, huh?
Right. The day we sign the lease is everybody who's ranted with those headlines and interviews going to come out and say, well, yeah, there was still a chance it was going to happen. You never know. Like, it's just ridiculous. If he proves to be a guy this offseason that is willing to do whatever it takes to win in terms of putting money on the floor into the team and the roster.
Right.
I just hope all of this stuff goes away, man. I know that there will be areas where it's cheap. I don't want anybody to lose their job behind the scenes, and we're not rooting for that. I'm not rooting. I don't want people to lose jobs. I get it. But at the end of the day, I am a fan, and I want the team to win, and I want the team to be successful. And everything in the intel that we read about Tom Dundon and know about Tom Dundon is, yes, he will cut a lot of corners, a lot of them. Mm-hmm. But what he ultimately cares about is what? Winning. And so when you usually give allegations of being a cheap owner, a lot of baseball owners come to mind. John Fisher never pays his players. He builds them up. They get to the point where they need an extension, and then what does he do? He trades them away, and he starts over again. Tampa does this a lot. Pittsburgh does this. A lot of cheap owners in baseball will build them up and then trade them away, and they never pay for them. That's never been the MO of Tom Dundon and never been what we thought would actually happen on the floor. And so as long as he is willing to do whatever it takes, and Cronin is confirming that there was a trade in place, and he signed off on paying a $20 million bill, I hope some of this cheap stuff goes away, and this idea of like, having a cheap owner ever worked, or why would you ever want to play for a cheap owner? If he's willing to do whatever it takes to win, I don't think players will have any problem playing for that guy.
The funny thing was, it was either this week or last week, I heard, I think Zucanic said that when he was with the Bucks, the year they won the Super Bowl, he said that some of the players on the Bucks weren't even being paid on the days they were supposed to be paid. The team, like, notorious. I mean, they were one of the cheapest orgs in the entire NFL. Yeah. Guys weren't getting their paychecks on the day their paychecks were due. And the team was like, could you give us like 3 days?
We just give us till Wednesday, all right?
And they won the Super Bowl.
It can't happen.
So, like,
can't happen.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, wait. And look, again, as we've said probably too many times to count at this point, when stuff actually gets impacted by...
Yeah, you're cutting players, or you're trading guys away and just eating...
You know, you're on the brink of title contention in 3 years, and he chooses to not because of the tax. Dude, yeah, we're going to call that out.
Eviscerate him if we get there.
But there's elements of things that I just don't think people know about, nor does it really need to be something they care about. No. And some of that stuff is scary and terrifying, and we're not rooting for a lot of some of the stuff we hear, but... if the drink cup sizes are changed and tweaked and it's written about how cheap he is over that, I'm just going to tell you, don't care.
A 12-ounce to an 11-ounce?
You're charging me $15
over my dead body.
A beer. I don't care.
It's already way too expensive.
It's already way too expensive. All right, we have one more thing to get on with this. There's an aspect of some of the players and what they talked about yesterday, some takeaways I had from hearing from them. We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Woo! Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
I just think we did not handle the athleticism and the speed properly. The offensive rebound killed us in multiple games that we lost, and in a playoff game, if a team shoots 19 more shots than you.
There is David Adelman, the Nuggets coach. Oof. The Timberwolves down a bunch of good players. Nuggets lose anyway.
Yeah, players not throwing him under the bus, although you lose in the first round to a team that's that shorthanded. I don't know what his future is. I don't know what the team's future is. All of a sudden, a situation where I thought they were going to roll their way through the rest of the first round seems very, very murky for the years to come.
I'm like stuck between a sneeze and a
sneeze?
No sneeze.
Don't
it's
sneeze.
the
Hold
worst
it.
place
Hold it.
to be.
Let it out.
I can't. I think it's going away. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was awful. Having trouble with hard water, lukewarm water, or no hot water at all? Call 3 Mountains Home Services and get your tanked water heater tuned up for $49. Save money on bills. And who doesn't love consistent hot water all year long? It's easy to schedule your appointment online at 3mountainshomeservices.com today. I don't think Warren Buffett is wrong when he calls sports betting a tax on stupidity.
I mean, it's no different than the lottery, right? It's a tax on the poor.
Yeah, and I participate in both.
People buying lottery tickets, it's fun, man.
Just a poor idiot.
Do it responsibly, and you'll be all right.
Just a poor idiot over here.
Have your little medium pizza $5 bets, and you won't bankrupt your family. I promise, you'll be okay.
A little more on the Blazers. We have other things we can get to. I don't think I'm going to get to the coaching budget. If you want to push that to the final hour,
yeah, we get to that a little bit later on.
So I didn't pull any audio. I listened to Shaden and all 17 words that he answered with in 9 questions.
Not the most outspoken guy.
No, not in any way. And I listened to Scoot because I know Dame talked too, and we can get to Dame stuff. But
yeah,
those were the two for me that I was like kind of most curious about. And I didn't expect Shaden to give great answers. They were pretty terrible. It's abundantly clear that I think if he's told, hey, you cool being traded, I think he says, yeah, A-okay. He was asked what he talked about with Splitter, and he basically was like, I got to keep that between us. But Splitter told him why he didn't play. I don't know how there's any world that exists where you just openly choose to not play a guy when you're down by 30 points, even if he's not playing good defense in any way and whatever. I think it's reached the end of the road. The Scoot one is fascinating because he had some really good moments.
He did.
And it doesn't appear that they want to move Scoot, but anything can change in the trade market. Does Scoot want to be here is what's interesting to me. Like, he didn't say anything that would suggest he doesn't, but he also said some very vague things. Like, I think it was Danny that asked him about, like, hey, you seem to be going more for your shot than being a shot creator. And he was like, did anybody give you that directive, or did you talk to people about, like, what kind of role? And he was like, no.
Just started doing it.
Just figured out that all I'm going to be able to do is shoot. He said he talked to his Ignite coach, and who's like, are you a point guard or a points guard? And he's like, well, I guess right now I'm a points guard. He was asked about a contract extension by Heiken, and he was like, let's see what God has in store. And I'm just like, all of this to me is more coming off of, if Scoot finds out he can be traded and start over somewhere, I don't know if he'd be shocked by that either.
I do love that note, though, by the way, that I just changed up my offensive philosophy, but it wasn't about a conversation that I had with the head coach, who has to be the head coach according to some fans.
Well, when he started,
it came off of a conversation I had with my former G League coach. He was the one that told me to start doing that.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. He was like, because he gets, look, coaches should get credit,
yes.
And if we're going to blame him, we should give him credit.
Yes.
But on Scoot's play in particular, when he was having these good outputs,
Tiago was getting a lot of credit for it.
Yeah.
And then
he
in
was
reality,
point
at the end
blank,
of the season,
anybody on the staff, he's like, nope. Just did it myself.
Actually, my G League coach told me I'm a points guard now, and I'm going to start shooting the ball more. Should we hire that guy? Should that guy be our next head coach? Evidently. I also
cut
think
his head out, by the way, and put it on a shirt of him smiling, and just put points guard. There's your T-shirt.
That's a great T-shirt.
That's great T with the afro.
I would buy that T-shirt.
That's a great Scoot
I missed the afro yesterday. He shaved it off going into the off season.
He trimmed it.
Quick haircut from old Scooter going into the off season. I will say though too, like, I want to be fair to Shaden. It ended horribly for him.
I'm not going
No, I know
Shaden.
that you're not. This is more of just for a brief moment, I want to say this. This has nothing to do with what you said, but it ended terribly for him. He was unplayable in the playoffs, according to his head coach, because he wouldn't play him. He was asked about that yesterday, and he basically said, yeah, Tiago told me, but he wouldn't elaborate on what Tiago was telling him. I also think the basketball season is so long, it's weird in this regard that we react to it. I'm guilty of this, for sure. React to the most recent thing that we have seen. Like, I did this coming out of the playoffs with Tamani and Donovan Clingan, who both had very good years this year. And Donovan took a big step, and Tamani became a more reliable scorer. What were they in the playoffs?
Yeah.
They were horrible.
They
and
struggled.
that, for me, was like, that's a bit of a red flag. Mm-hmm. Like, I also don't want to memory hold the fact that you had like a 2-month stretch in the middle of the season where everybody on your team was hurt. And yes, Turbo was doing the majority of the work.
Downhill Denny.
Let's not act like Shaden Sharp wasn't your number 2 scoring option on a lot of those nights and help. Like, Cronin shouted him out for that regard. Like,
yeah, he was good.
Dude, he helped carry us offensively for a while when we had no offense to find. Mm-hmm. And so by the end of the year, yeah, it was bad. And he wasn't playing, and we could disagree about why that was and why some other guys were in. And like Matisse Thybulle, I think I'm a better shooter than Matisse Thybulle, to be honest, at this point.
That's
a
terrible take.
He's a horrible shooter. I don't need to ever see him shoot a basketball again, but he's allowed to play because he's in the right spot defensively, even though he's a sieve on the other end of the floor, where Shaden Sharp doesn't get the minutes in the postseason because he can't play defense, but he can potentially make a shot. But I think you're correct in the overall take of, if either of those guys get the phone call from the agent this summer saying we're moving on from you, or the Blazers are shopping you, or you're in conversations to go to fill in the blank market, I think they're both like, sounds good, dude.
I think the difference between the two is one literally doesn't care. Hey, you've been traded to New Orleans. Okay.
I'd imagine.
And I think the other one is like, awesome. That sounds like a great opportunity for me. I'm going to go try to put it in this team's face that they didn't give me enough of a leash and runway.
Scooter has that vibe. If you trade him, he has the vibe of like, I'm going to make you
I don't know if he'll
this.
make us regret it, but he certainly would be a guy I think goes to another spot and he's like, I'm going to make him regret it.
Yep.
Whereas if you told Shaden he was getting traded to Orlando, I think he'd go, okay.
Sunny there.
That's the difference between the two players. To your point, though, yes, he did. He had some great moments. He got hurt. Never could recover from
And he,
it.
by the way, said one of the biggest takeaways from his media, which there was not a lot, was he said he was not
healthy.
restricted in any way, shape, or
healthy.
form minutes-wise, and that was not the reason he was not playing in the playoffs.
Dundon's going to have to find a coach, and we keep hearing about how he only wants to pay $8.88 per hour for a head coach.
What's the minimum wage in Oregon right now?
It's going up to like
Is it 19?
$16.75 or
Look
something.
at us.
Would you take that job if they offered it minimum wage?
$16.75 be the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers?
Do I get to
No.
count all my hours? Because I'm working like
Yeah, are you
75
you get to
hours.
count. I'll let you count all your
Yes.
hours.
Yes.
You would take that job?
I ain't making $16.75 an hour when you calculate that. Dude, you'd have no life.
No, you would be working constantly.
Do I get mileage? I mean, we get the most miles than anybody in the league.
What's my per diem?
Oh, yeah. How about that? How much free merch do I get? My family getting
Lot of free
courtside?
merch. A lot of free
Dude,
merch.
I hate to tell you this. I'd probably never get this job back. If I left it, I would take the gamble.
You would have to.
I would take my 1 year
would
of
have
doing
to.
that job just to be like, I was that coach of an NBA team. Put me on as the GM of Oregon State.
You becoming the head coach of the Blazers would be one of the funniest things of all time.
I'd do a weekly with you.
Would you come on every week?
Dude, if the org said if they didn't get in the
You could
way,
do a weekly hit.
they said we don't care.
Yeah, do what you
I
want.
would absolutely agree to do a weekly with you, and you could even press me like Sprague.
Dude, why weren't you playing this guy?
Why didn't this guy play? You've lost 8 of your last 9.
You're terrible.
You don't look like you know what you're doing. I'd go, got to make buckets, Dirt. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a make or miss league.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't really know what I'm doing either. We'll figure it out as we go.
We're spacing and we're screening. What do you want me to do here? Donovan's shooting 28 from 3. What do you need me to do? But let me tell you about this hotel
Tweak your
in
lineups,
Boston,
damn it.
dude.
This guy sucks.
Oh, the room service in Boston's great. Loaded third hour of the program. We'll get back into the Blazers probably in the final hour. Dirt and Sprague, hour 3 on the Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, there will be at least one Game 7 in the first round of the NBA playoffs. That'll be Sixers and Celtics Saturday evening, 4:40 tip on NBC after Philly won Game 6 in Philadelphia last night. 3 more Game 6s today. First up, the Magic hosting the Pistons, still up 3-2, but they're 3.5-point home underdogs. That's at 4:10, 4:40. It'll be the Raptors and Cavaliers in Toronto. Cleveland with a 3-2 lead, 3.5-point favorites on the road. The Lakers will try again to knock out the Rockets, but Houston 3.5-point favorites at home, 6:40 tip. PGA Tour in Miami, the Blue Monster of Doral, round 2 of the Cadillac Championship. Everybody chasing first-round leader Cameron Young. Nick Taylor has joined a group at 7 under. JT Poston 5 under through 7 holes today. He's got it to 6 under par. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of dirt.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How we doing?
Happy Friday. It's a beautiful day out there.
Happy May.
Happy May, everybody.
We have Mother's Day next weekend.
We do.
Yeah.
Anything special planned?
Well, I wasn't aware of this until yesterday.
That next weekend is indeed Mother's Day?
That next weekend's Mother's Day.
It does sneak up on me. I know it's in May, but I couldn't never tell you when it is in May.
The problem is there's so many moms in my life.
A lot of moms. You got a lot of moms you got to take care of here.
Moms deserve to be taken care of, but it's
you guys both have this problem. There's a lot. You got rotate. You got divorces in your family, so then you bring in a new mom. There's a lot of moms going on.
Yeah, one mom's too far away, so it's more of a text call.
Okay, kind of.
But I got 2 other moms here. I got my own wife who's a mom. You got the other moms that are sisters. It's
power rank your moms.
Ooh, well, wife is number 1.
Wife has to be number 1.
Wife is number 1.
Immediate mom has to be 2.
Immediate mom has to be number 2.
The birthing mom of you,
yes,
has to be 2.
Yeah, that's all that matters. We don't need to keep going.
Okay, just go from there. Then it slopes downhill from there. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say it sloped down.
Swigard, rank your moms, huh? Give me a mom ranking here.
That would be my mom.
Yes.
Your mom over your son's mom.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah.
Wait, why?
Mother's Day is about, your mom, my mom.
I also think, at what point...
Well, you got to celebrate the kid's mom.
At what point in the kid's
life... Do you text Pax's mom on Mother's Day?
Yeah, I'll probably have a. I'll
send
make
a
sure.
Happy Mother's Day text.
I usually prompt the son.
Make sure he does
sure
that.
you do something for your mom.
Right there. Yeah.
When does it become the kid's responsibility on Mother's Day?
I'd say his son's age.
In the 20s, it becomes.
He should know how to do
it. Like that shouldn't be your responsibility anymore.
Yeah.
So
when they're younger, you obviously take care of it, do a little creative art project, or
you
buy
say,
a little gift.
Okay, what are we doing? What do you want to do?
Make the day special.
The most controversy I tend to have with these parent days is actually Father's Day. I've had some odd Father's Days, like where I've texted with my dad, "Hey, I'm going golfing today," and then I golf late. And then I drive home, which is very far from where I golf.
Sure.
And I just, I assume he already knows, but I don't think Father's Day is as big a deal as Mother's Day.
Well, how come, man? That's kind of sexist.
Yeah, I have a little more. Yeah, well, I was raised by a single mom, and I watched my wife push out children of her body.
Who put them in there, though? Huh?
I couldn't go to sleep until 11:40 last night. You want to be honest about something? I didn't fall asleep till 11:40 last night. You know why? I had to fart, and I couldn't fart for 45 minutes. Once it happened, my body felt great, and I fell asleep. That's my labor.
How can you not fart?
I don't know. It was my stomach. I was like, am I sick? What's happening?
Were you
here?
like changing positions?
I don't know.
Did you go in the fetal position?
You nod on a Tums at some point?
No.
Did you go? You got to go
Too
like
lazy.
yoga, butt in the air. What's that pose? Like the child pose?
Oh, you mean
that
Downward
child's pose?
dog.
downward
dog?
You mean
Head-
downward dog?
Dude,
My wife's
head
like, what are
down,
you doing right now?
Butt up on the floor. Let it fly.
She's like, I'm not doing that. That's not the relationship we have.
I know
And I'm
all
like,
the right
well,
positions
yeah,
to get into fart, dude. I know. I know.
Well,
where
I'm
to
just
go.
saying, like, that's my labor. That was my issue. So that's why Mother's
You a little
Day.
gas bubble last night.
Once it happened, I went, oh, that was it. Fell right asleep. That was all I needed. I watched her push 2 children out of her body. That's much more difficult. So, yes, Mother's Day is bigger than Father's Day. Breaking news to you, Andrew.
I also don't like the idea of pressure with Father's Day because on the one hand, what do we all want to do on Father's Day?
Golf and not be around family.
And then you kind of feel guilty for there's a little bit of guilt.
That's not usually what the mom asks for. It's usually like
she wants to do something
shower
family related,
maybe.
and yes,
Yeah.
and take me out to brunch, or let's plan something, or let's go get some flowers, or you know. And I'm like, just leave me alone.
Well, so ask me what you think here. So that Father's Day I'm speaking of, I had text with my dad. I told him I was golfing. I got home late. My kids are now showing me love because it's Father's Day.
You're home, and you're getting rewarded.
I didn't call my dad that day, and it became a big beef thing. And then I got kind of stubborn because I can, and I flipped it, and I was like, you didn't call me.
Yeah, you
I'm
could've called me
also
too.
now a dad.
Yes, you are.
Exactly.
I'm the one who actually deals with children daily.
Yeah.
You're old and
So
retired.
he got upset that you didn't get the courtesy phone call for
He
Father's
got
Day.
offended by me not calling, and I was like, well, what about me, though? I'm an active dad.
This is why holidays are dumb.
It was all dumb.
It's pretty dumb
We're
stuff.
good now. It was,
yeah. I get the point.
So Father's Day, I tend to actually, I remove it. It's not even in the top 15 holidays of the year.
Yeah.
I celebrate Flag Day more than I celebrate Father's
You're
Day.
a big Flag Day guy.
Oh, big flag.
You put your flag up.
Yep.
I still got my Masters flag on my house. I got to change it out now. I haven't changed it up yet.
I'm putting a flag mantle on my house.
Yeah, it's big. I like flag season is fun, man.
I want to buy a Nottingham Forest flag.
That's a good idea.
Big
Walk
Europa
in the
win
neighborhood, there's
yesterday,
a lot
by
of
the way.
random soccer flags in the neighborhood. A lot of them. I'm like, I don't know whose team that is, but that's kind of a cool looking flag.
I've had more people notice me in a Nottingham Forest jersey
It's very
kit
Portland. Yeah.
than
You're
almost
welcome.
anything else seriously. It's always cool. Random Mexican guy just pointing at me, and I'm like, what? And then I look at my shirt, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
football.
The balance of like the idea of wanting to celebrate your mom and then your wife has a mom, but then it's also she's now a mom is incredibly complicated. And I want to celebrate all of them.
Is it complicated?
But I also I feel like there's pressure involved. And to your point about not calling your dad, like somebody's going to be left out of we're playing musical chairs here. There's a chair that's not going to get sat in. You can't do it all. You can't make everybody happy with adequate time and hang out and get you want to make sure everybody feels that way. But also now in my life, to your point, the main priority on Mother's Day is my wife.
I mean, yeah, and it's no disrespect to your mom.
It's no disrespect to
just
my mom.
she-
She's
and
my
I-
mom, and thanks for birthing
Yeah.
me. I will always be appreciative of that. But
Right.
I got bigger fish to fry here at home. And talk about beef being created. If I spend more time celebrating you, what do you think that does for me at home?
Yeah.
But then also you got the mother-in-law who the wife. It's a very complicated thing.
It can be
I'm
complicated.
not a fan of the day. I don't eliminate Father's Day.
Well,
and
when you
Mother's Day.
have when you have the little kids, it's easy. All the grandmas, everybody come over, spend time with your family, and you just
Yeah,
do.
but see, people don't always have that either. That's
Yeah.
another element. Some parents are selfish and stubborn and get offended if you don't go see them.
you don't make the effort to
Whereas,
go.
we're the
appreciate
ones
them.
with children.
Right.
You should be coming to me.
I'm
Now,
the one with the schedule that has to be planned around a nap in the middle of the afternoon.
I would think the grandmothers would want to come spend time with the grandkids.
But we know how this works.
At
on this
least
show.
when they are younger.
Yeah.
Now,
This
when they
show-
become teenagers, that's when things start to get a little.
Yeah, then it changes
When
a
the
little
kids
bit.
are teenagers, nobody cares anymore because
No.
those kids don't care about anything.
No, they don't.
We know how this show is operating. If our kids don't die of CO2 poisoning in 30 years and they're able to have lives,
Right.
and they have kids and we're grandparents, we know, be the one that's driving to all of the stops. Whereas Dirt might be like, why don't you come over here and pay for my meal?
You really not going to buy me dinner? You really not?
Teddy, Milt, come to my house.
You're 30 years old now, dude. You can't buy me a dinner. You can't buy me a brunch. Huh? I just want a sausage biscuit. That's all I'm asking for. Take
or
me
they
golfing.
do say, and it's like, somebody got me on at Waverly. Sorry.
More likely than
If
not.
you do that on Father's Day and you don't invite me, you're out of the will. You're out of the will. You're getting cut out.
Do you care about Father's Day? You have one kid. Is that a big deal? Like, if your son sent you a text and that was it, would you be offended by that?
No. I might be disappointed, but
Without a call?
You'd be disappointed.
I'd be a little disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see the point on the phone call. I also don't think that you're wrong.
I mean,
Like,
I was probably wrong in some ways. It was
Yeah.
more like, you
It's a
also could
busy
have called
day.
me
Then
because
you get
I'm an
home.
active father.
It's also a Sunday, so by the time your kids, you get done after getting home, it's like, all right, now I got to work the next day.
No
And you're
doubt.
turning around and getting ready for the
Yeah.
show. Like, it's just, I'm not calling you at 9:30 at night. It's not, I'm already moving on to my Monday. My Father's Day is over at that point.
Well, and me and him, the relationship it's good. It's fine. It's been incredibly weird.
Yeah.
When you don't meet your dad till you're 18,
we get
the
the
whole
sense of that.
thing is...
It's a little bit different.
It's a little bizarre.
A little bit different.
So at times there can be these tricky
little friction moments.
minefields to navigate through. And you're like, why am I the one when you're the one?
Well, in a roundabout way, now everybody knows you have 1 week to prepare. Next weekend is Mother's Day.
What are you doing?
I honestly didn't really remember that until you said it in this segment.
Yeah, second Sunday in May,
I told you.
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Now I'm aware.
You're welcome.
Now I have to
Third
figure out what I'm going
Sunday
to do.
in June is Father's
Dude,
Day.
my wife's birthday's in June. I have the gift for her birthday. I have plans
Yeah.
for her birthday.
Now you got to figure out Mother's Day first.
Mother's Day. And she's not like the biggest cliche.
What's the best Mother's Day? Maybe walking, I think if I take her out to breakfast, that's a pretty good
A
poll.
cool brunch, breakfast.
Cool brunch, get up,
a
maybe
cafe.
go buy a coffee,
go
go
check
for a
some
walk.
stores out, some,
Yeah. Let her do some shopping.
Yeah, that's all they want to do.
Make sure I don't plan a tea time for next Sunday. Do not plan a tea time for next
You
Sunday.
can't golf next Sunday.
Do not
Unless she's golfing with you.
plan a tea time for next Sunday.
And she's in on it.
I need to remember that
Does
this
she
week.
play golf?
She'll play golf occasionally.
Okay.
When we had the Persimmon deal and we were out there, she'd like doing that because then there wouldn't be people watching.
No pressure.
But now that there's a public, we're playing
The munis are
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah, Eastmoreland's the home course now because we live right by it, and so it's you're not going out and playing with strangers. That's not going to happen.
And if your wife is learning to golf, you're instantly placing more pressure on your group than the group behind you actually is. Like, you're like, now we got to roll up to the Reds.
Yeah,
And
we got to
that-
stop at another tee box.
Hit
Hey,
that-
babe, we got to pick this one up.
Yeah,
Let's just
pick
move
it
up to my ball.
Make it up. That's
Yeah.
your fourth stroke, and you're 30 yards from the tee box. We got to keep
Thankfully,
going.
in those scenarios, she's completely fine with that because that's a big hurdle to jump over. Of like, but why can't I hit every shot? It's like she understands pace of play, ready to play, ready to play, ready to play. She gets it. All right. There's already a group on the tee box. Let's go ahead and scoop this thing up and go
Right.
chip around the green. All right?
Right.
Well, happy week out Mother's Day, everybody. We'll get back into the Blazers at some point in this hour. I want to dive into a couple of random baseball notes. Yeah, I got a couple of baseball notes going on today.
You know the only team in baseball to not lose a series?
I'm guessing your Atlanta Braves.
Oh, buddy!
The Giants became the first team. I don't even know if this is true, but I'm just going to say it, to get walked off twice in the same day.
They had a doubleheader yesterday.
Doubleheader.
They got walked off.
Yeah,
They
they got
blew-
rained out on Wednesday.
Well, I
They
saw the
blew two
postponement.
ninth-inning leads and got walked off twice in the same day
What
by a team who
helps,
just
ease
fired
the
their
pain of the
manager.
Triple back door.
How are the Braves going to choke and make me cry in the playoffs this year?
Let's get to a couple of baseball notes, man. It's in full swing. We'll talk about it next on The Fan. All right, a lot of Mother's Day thoughts are coming in.
Well, share them. What do we got here? Let's talk about Mother's Day here, dude.
Harley with a good point. Nothing better than a holiday starting an argument. How many times does that happen? It's supposed to be a time of coming together, joyous family time. And it usually leads to more controversy than it does good.
Yeah.
Spokane Jeff says, I remember Mother's Day when my mom was still alive. I hated it because my mom always made it a competition with my wife
Now
and
it's
my
gonna get
mother-in-law.
sad. This is going to get sad.
I used to drink a lot the night before because it stressed me out too much. That was the end of it, but I just
okay.
used to stress about.
And then my mom passed away.
I mean, it's tough because
Yeah.
I certainly think that probably changes your mindset of it, but it's also like that feeling of being stressed sucks because that shouldn't be the point of the holiday.
It's the worst.
But you can sometimes feel that pressure of like, am I doing everything I'm supposed to be doing? Is everybody happy out of this? When in reality, all of that burden and pressure shouldn't fall directly on you.
Well, some of it's stupid because you feel like you have to celebrate it on the day.
Yes.
And it's like, no, if I do something, we do something Saturday night with my wife and kids.
Right.
Celebrate them, and then I have a
Hey, then
brunch the
Sunday
next
we'll do
morning.
this. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So you don't call or see everybody. How many Happy Mother's Day texts to people in your orbit do you send? So let me count this. My 2 sister-in-laws, boom. Another sister-in-law.
You're already ahead of me.
My stepsister. My stepmom.
I don't send any of them.
My mom.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law. The wife I say into person. My aunt.
Look at you. I think you're winning the Mother's Day battle right now.
I have 8. I'm trying to think.
There's a lot of female influence in your life.
You're blowing me out of the water.
Yeah, you can get that about me.
I'm a mother-in-law, mom, and wife.
That's it?
That's it.
You don't text an aunt, a cousin?
No. Why is that my job?
I didn't say it was your job. Sending a Happy Mother's Day to somebody that's a mom that
I'm
you
gonna
know
pull-
is
I'm
not
gonna-
hard.
I'm going to pull a dad card on you.
Okay.
Any of them texting me on Father's Day?
Well, that's a valid question because I also keep track of that.
None of them are.
I think I send about
If I got a
10
Happy
a
Father's
year.
Day text from them,
Yeah.
then maybe the next year on Mother's Day I would file that away to send it. But I'm not getting that text on Father's Day, nor do I want that text. That's okay.
2 more cousins. My other aunt.
Dude, you're going hard
I have
in
an
the
aunt
paint
that
right
had
now.
lost a baby at birth.
Yeah.
Like it's like at 11 or 12.
That's a lot. That's a big responsibility that you're feeling. You got to make sure you text everybody.
Now, do all those people text me on Father's Day? Certainly not.
They're not returning the favor.
Certainly not.
Let's see here. A couple more that came in. My now Father's Day call is a FaceTime with my kids, his 2 grandkids who he wants to see over me, just saying. So one guy saying his dad would rather see his grandkids than him anyways. Which I think that's probably the case for a lot of grandparents. Like, let's see the kids.
so.
Yeah.
Let's see. We always get a fresh hanging flower basket for Mother's Day and do the whole shop and hang together. That's a good idea.
There you go.
We've done that at times in the past. People saying you should have called your dad on your way home from golfing on Father's Day during the drive.
That's look, I'm not trying to exonerate myself here. I was in the wrong in some ways, there's no doubt. I also shot a 97. I was really pissed off. I was replaying like 8 different holes on that.
God, I was on in 2. Why did I 3-putt? What happened?
How did I?
Right there. That could have been a 38 on the front. What happened?
I piped the drive. I was 140 out.
I chunked my wedge.
I chunked it. My chip went over the green.
And then I started thinking about you, Dad.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. So how about this one?
My putter wasn't there.
Yeah.
Either were you the first 18 years of my life. Happy Father's Day.
How about this pressure packer? Toughest time of the year for me. My wife's birthday, mom's birthday, Mother's Day are all back to back to back.
Like in consecutive days?
So you go wife's birthday, mom's birthday, Mother's Day every year.
Oof.
Basically, I mean, I don't know if it's every year because doesn't Mother's Day technically move a little bit, or is it always the same day?
Always second
No, it's
Sunday.
the second
Sunday of May.
So it's not a specific date,
but
it's the second
whatever
Sunday.
that
You have a
date is.
run of that. That's dude.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
My wife's birthday and her sister's birthday is the same day, and her mom's birthday is the day after.
Somebody said, you guys, you don't celebrate your wife because you don't care about your mom anymore. You celebrate your wife more because your child is incapable of celebrating their mother right now. Trust me, when your kids grow up, you will go back to celebrating your mother because the kids will be able to do it on their own. So I think that was the point of kids getting older. They can take care of the points. Let's see, guys, I'm turning 40. Going to have my first kid this summer. I'm assuming I should have a card from my wife. Good brownie points. Yeah.
Oh, you should go a
At
little
the
further
very
than
least.
that.
If you got a
Yeah.
kid coming on the way, even if it's not technically a mother,
Yeah.
I mean, it's his mother. She's a mother. It's Mother's
Well,
Day.
congratulations on the sex.
Yes.
A kid at 40 is, I would just say this, do whatever you can to build up all the goodwill.
Yes. Without a doubt.
Do as much as you can.
Start taking your vitamins, get your sleep.
Mother's Day doesn't need to be one day a year.
No. Mother's Day could be 365 days a year.
Well, that's a big string.
I mean, let's not give them every day.
Let me breathe here.
Can I have one at least? Father's Day doesn't count anymore?
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Father's Day is really just another Mother's Day.
Give me a day here. Correct me if I'm wrong. The New York Mets have still not fired their manager?
Correct. Two teams have already fired their managers.
The Phillies did, and they immediately swept my team.
None of them are named the
Who did it?
Mets.
It was the Phillies
The
and
Red Sox.
The Red Sox, that's right.
That's right, Cora. And by the way, we didn't ever talk about this on the air. The Phillies, when they fired their manager, called Cora.
They wanted Cora.
And Cora turned him down. He was like, nah, I'm done. I'm going to hang out.
But they've
Which
only
is the
made,
right move.
They've only made Mattingly the interim manager.
Yeah, they don't need to make that full time yet. I also did not know that Mattingly's kid is the GM of the Phillies.
Oh, Don Mattingly's kid is?
Yeah.
How about that?
At least I felt looks like a butt cracked on that one. We've been wrong a lot this week. I felt like I read that this week.
You also called it, by the way. They got the
idea.
manager bump.
That's what happens when you fire a manager. Good things happen. I think I'm getting pretty close. This is not a giant segment, but I'm just going to let you know, plug polling territories on the horizon. We're encroaching on it.
I still think you should give it more time. Like, you're not going to win
I mean,
your
I'll
division.
have games on when there's nothing else on television.
You're 7 games back a second.
Dude, first off, try winning in our division, you bitch, all right? Why don't you try playing in the NL West, all right? We're not in the AL West here where the A's are in first place, okay? I got Shohei Ohtani leading a team who can't be beat in first place.
NL East is a juggernaut. You seen the Marlins?
Yeah, the Marlins are great, sure.
15 and 16.
15 and 16. There's only one team above 500 in your entire division. If the Giants were in the NL East, we'd be a game out of second place in the division. We'd have a shot at a wild card spot.
You know who's tied for the best run differential in baseball?
Braves. Can you please be my hero this year?
No, we can't do it.
You can't do it? You don't
we're
have
gonna
faith?
lose. We're going to lose in the divisional round easy.
Oh,
We can't let him
We're not
three-peat.
destined for an NLCS showdown on the show.
Did we get a beer bet again? What was the beer
dumping
dumping
beer
bet?
on each other.
Outside the old studio when that
was
happened?
terrible.
Who you
I
beat
dumped
the
it.
Dodgers, right?
No, he dumped it on me.
He dumped it on you.
Yes.
But you guys got
What
him
a
one of the
stupid bet, by the way.
What did you do the next year? Because you guys beat him in the playoffs. The year that they beat the Giants, you beat them to
what
go
did
to the
you
World
I
Series.
don't know. What did I do? I did something. There was something.
Was that a song bet? Was that the one that you never paid off?
I'm going to tell you right
Oh,
now.
that was. I
I'm going to tell you
eventually
right now.
did it live.
If we're in the NLCS together,
Braves and Dodgers,
which I've had enough heartbreak from that franchise, the Bravos, for me to fully say we're going to be there. We very well could lose in the divisional round. If it's Dodgers Braves NLCS, we're going to have to do bets. And I'm going to tell you what your end of the bet's going to be. You have to eat 2 huge heaping spoonfuls of Duke's Mayo live on air.
I won't take the bet. I'll quit the show.
I want the Duke's Mayo bet.
What about the Mayo bath after the Mayo Bowl?
Oh, man. The Mayo bath
I'll quit the
seems
show.
worse.
I will give Dusty my resignation.
That'll do it.
I'm calling
That's
your bluff.
the final straw.
That's what breaks
All the things over the years
Swag
couldn't
over-
do it, but a scoop of mayo will be the final straw.
You basically ate a scoop of mayo last year, the pimento cheese.
That was
thought it was
all
great.
cheese.
Is there a food item that you're adamantly weirdly against that you would be willing to make that bet on?
Yeah, like what's...
Like a banana or a strawberry.
I don't want to watch him eat a banana.
That actually would be pretty funny YouTube content. No.
Just deep throat.
I mean, you will. The stuff that I've come to absolutely can't stand food-wise, I can't stand it. Like, I'll probably yak.
Strawberry taste or texture?
Content's good.
Strawberry you might be able to get.
The mayo bit is the best content.
That would be incredible content.
Him,
No.
like-
Your facial reactions
Oh.
to eating a spoonful of mayo would be worth it.
Dude, I like
You know
mayo,
what the
and I
YouTube
wouldn't want
numbers
to
would
eat
do
mayo.
that day?
I'm gagging just thinking
I know.
about it.
I kind of am too.
Can we rub some mayo on your chest? How about that?
What?
Just lather you in it a little bit.
No.
I feel like you just want to touch his chest. What would even be the point of that?
I own it all.
What? You want to rub mayo on his
Just
chest?
paint it on a little bit, you know? I'm sitting there with a mayo shirt on.
Portland radio hosts make bet, and loser has to have mayo rubbed on his chest? What is wrong with you? What a weird thing.
Is that an HR violation? Hey, baseball's going on.
Space violation. Are you kidding me?
Stay on that side of the
Yeah,
glass.
dude. Get me out of here.
You don't want to be in here with me anymore?
Oh,
I'll put mayo on you too, buddy.
got a weird kink over there. Yikes.
Hey, are we going to be super cheap hiring a coach? Our general manager says, well, maybe, but maybe not. Next on the Fam.
Now, Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air, serving Portland, Southwest Washington, and the Gorge. Online at aneheatingandcooling.com. It's hard to stop the train. First on the Fan. 3 more Game 6s in the NBA playoffs tonight. We'll start in Orlando. The Magic trying to knock out the top-seeded Pistons up 3-2, but they are 4.5-point dogs, 410 tip. 440 in Toronto. Cavs try to knock out the Raptors. They're 4.5-point favorites on the road. The nightcap at 6:40 in Houston. The Rockets trying to come back from an 0-3 hole to force a Game 7. They are 3.5-point favorites over the Lakers. We have fresh blood advancing in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Anaheim Ducks have sent the Oilers packing. 5-2, they win it in Game 6. The Minnesota Wild moving on to their first playoff series victory in a decade, closing out the Stars in 6 games. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan.
All right, no more Mayo talk, I promise. We'll move on from that.
There is nothing I like and also disdain more than mayo.
That's a good way to describe mayo. I love mayonnaise, but it's gross.
The closest
Can
I've
that be
ever come to like having somebody just talk about food and making me almost gag was when somebody self-described them dipping white cheese in mayo. And I don't know what it was, but I was like, oh.
Oh, I might throw up in this
No,
segment.
thank you.
Swag having mayo in his chest doesn't make me throw up. Dipping white cheese in mayo? That might do it for me, dude. Somebody said, I'm surprised he didn't want to dip his toes in mayo. Yeah, we could go that route, too. We got a lot to get to still in the show. In the Blazer exit interviews yesterday, I mentioned earlier in the show, I thought Cronin was really good and pretty honest. Like, who knows how much of the truth he's telling? All we can do is guesstimate on that. But you can make that argument for any exit interview or any interview at any moment. Was he saying the truth about Jody Allen? Was he saying the truth here or there? Were the players saying the truth? Like, we can go down that rabbit hole as far as you want. I'm going to tend to take it mainly as surface value, and I thought this was an interesting one. So, our shout out to our guy Bill Oram, who was trying to needle him on the coaching topic because it is very unique. You know who still has not been fired? Chauncey Billups.
Well,
Chauncey Billups is technically still the head coach.
I think we're waiting for either a plea bargain or a guilty plea.
Which I'm kind of confused by why the NBA won't let them move because we all know which direction he's going to get fired for cause. Like he's not coming back.
Yeah, it's over.
What did he do at Rozier?
Yeah.
They cut him.
Yep.
So that's kind of a confused. Like, why won't the NBA allow them to act? I don't think that's a Blazer call.
Well, there might be a legality from money purposes.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You don't think
there.
Chauncey's going to be trying to get any money he can if something happens?
I mean, he's going to need every penny desperately.
Sell his home in Waco.
I would say that going to prison is probably not going to go good against your firing for cause argument. But he was asked about, Cronin was, the coaching search, and hey, man, there's a lot of reports out there about you guys not having the money to go pay for a head coach. And I thought this was one of the more interesting answers of the entire press conference.
Yeah. A lot of the reports on budget out there were a little misleading. Have talked to Tom a lot about this. We're going to pay the coach based on some sort of level of shared risk. You know, if it's a first-time coach who comes with a lot of risk and doesn't have a market that we have to necessarily compete in, it'll be one number. If the coach we're talking to is a 15-year vet and a future Hall of Famer, it's going to be a completely different number. And Tom isn't going to flinch at either of those scenarios. We're going to be very open-minded to what types of people we interview and would potentially bring in, and I'm not concerned about the number at all.
Steve Kerr, come on down.
Yeah, man. It sounds like he's heading for a divorce in Golden State, is he not?
That's a weird story, by the way. Haven't
That
talked
is the
about
whole
that.
the whole thing is
They did
strange.
like a goodbye thing, but they're still making their decisions. It's just odd.
Meetings going on behind the scenes.
I don't actually think they're going to go Steve Kerr. That was more of a joke of, what did he say, 15 years, Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if you got one of those kind of resumes.
Sure.
I mean, they referenced in the reports out there that they called Malone, and you could say it was a lowball offer. That's fine. I also don't want to pay Mike Malone $10 million a year.
Right.
And same with Tom Thibodeau, who was just fired from the Knicks after the Eastern Conference Finals run last year, that they sniffed around both of those guys, showcasing that they're not just limiting themselves to hiring a junior college coach from Salem.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they go the JUCO route, then we'll have to have a conversation. But if you look around the league, like the average is, I think, 4 to 4.5. But you have coaches, and you can certainly point to organizations that do this and say, we want to be that? And I'd say probably not, but also you couldn't name where half the coaches were 5 years ago. You didn't know who they were. You didn't know what they did. And now look at it, right? Like, Missoula's a good example of this.
Yes.
Daignault's a good example of this. Those organizations were aware who they were and what they were doing. But when they were hired, nobody did.
No.
And now look at them, right? They're having a great run, Missoula winning a title, and we'll see if they win Game 7. And you've got Daignault and OKC might be on the verge of repeating here. So, as we've said the whole time, it's more roster-based. You do need to have a good leader in that locker room. But if they go a young guy that's cheaper for them, but they actually genuinely believe, yeah, you might be paying him $2.5 million, $3 million a year.
Right.
If you go league
if there's
average
no
guy,
competition for hiring, if it doesn't make sense to give him an $8 million a year
no,
contract.
Yeah, and if you go league average guy, you pay 4, 4.5, and if you somehow get somebody above and you want to pay him 6, cool. I tend to believe that Dundon might not go higher than that kind of number.
Yeah.
Which, to what you've said the whole time, it's like it's so roster-based that, like, if we have a good roster, we'll win, and the coach will get credit for that.
Right.
So I didn't really buy that report when it came out. Am I shocked to find out a guy's not offering the most money for unnamed coaches? No. But if they hire a coach with some pedigree that you've heard of, if they hire Sam Cassell and he's making like $4 million, what do you care?
Right. What is the difference?
It's not your money. It's not, there's
Right.
elements of this stuff that I don't get why fans care, other than they're being told
that this is
that
the
their organization
disaster.
will cease to exist, basically, because they're making these decisions.
Well, some of the hypocritical stuff I find funny. Like the last time we hired a head coach was we didn't have an actual coaching search. Neil O'Shea chose Chauncey Billups. They were buddies. He gave him the job. What did he immediately give him? A 5-year contract.
A 5-year guaranteed
And I remember
deal.
in the time,
Yeah.
both you and I mentioning of wait a minute.
Right.
You think he's the guy? Okay. I don't know if he is or isn't. I think he was hired probably because he was your buddy. It's a horrible look PR-wise because you're sipping a water bottle to shut down questions at his introductory press conference. So besides all of that, we mentioned at the moment of his hiring, why would you give a guy who's been an assistant for 1 year a 5-year deal?
Right. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed contract.
Guaranteed.
Why would you maybe a 3-year deal? How about that? It wasn't like teams were tripping over themselves to hire Chauncey Billups to be their next head coach. He'd been an assistant for 1 year
One
in Los
season.
Angeles.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yep.
And there was no reports out there that, 4 other teams were offering him a guaranteed of this amount, so we had to go a little bit higher on that. We just gave him everything that he wanted in the negotiation and then gave him a contract extension after his horrible winning percentage. So that's the funny nature of it. I remember back to having that conversation 5 years ago or whenever we hired him and saying, why would we do that? And now there are people arguing, well, why wouldn't you pay a head coach more? When we just kind of learned that lesson the hard way, that I think if Chauncey Billups had not been given a 5-year guaranteed deal, he probably would have been gone far sooner than he was. You know what you wouldn't have hanging over your head right now? An FBI investigation around your head coach. But you just had to keep him around because it was a 5-year deal, and it's like, well, we're tanking. There's no point in firing the coach right now. And then you did end up giving him the extension. Some of that back and forth, I just find funny because I thought it was a mistake with Chauncey. Now, if you go get a guy that you're going to have to compete in the marketplace for and give a certain amount of dollars in a certain amount of years, then I get it because there's other teams that want to hire that same said guy. But if you're getting somebody that is not a candidate for 5 other openings, by no means should you give him 5 years fully guaranteed on his contract, especially with where your roster is at right now, because based on the season they just had this year, what some presume type of offseason they will have, what are the expectations for next year?
Yeah.
This isn't just hey, we made the play.
Dude, Denny said
golly gee willikers.
Make the playoffs and win a series yesterday.
Or Damian Lillard said, let's get to a high 50-win team next year. That's a big jump. And so if those are the expectations going in, it's not like you're tanking and you're just going to say whatever, the coach is going to be fine. So I find some of the back and forth over the last handful of years a little interesting around the organization.
Well, the other part of that, too, is before Dundon comes in, they've had this historically awful 4-year run. And you can say, well, they tore it down, Sprague. It's like, okay, cool. It was still historically, from a win-loss perspective, not good.
Yep.
What did they do with Chauncey last year? They extended him.
Contract extension.
Okay. You want to extend Chauncey because you had a little push in the second half of the season and you're feeling like the direction's going the right way. Totally cool. Based on the win-loss results, do you think he got a raise? So why did we really extend him?
I wouldn't be surprised if we gave him a raise.
I wouldn't be surprised if he kept the same number. He just got more years because why would you want to go out and pay somebody more money?
Right.
If
And
you're
again,
an ownership group that's eventually leaving. But if you're telling me they spared no expense,
right,
I'm giving you evidence where maybe they did in certain areas.
Spared an expense here or there? Also, as of last offseason, name me any NBA team that would have hired Chauncey Billups to be their head coach.
Well, Phoenix Suns, of course. Remember that Mannix report? The Phoenix Suns might be eyeing Chauncey.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
And we get...
I know.
I digress.
What I find more... I want to see where he goes coach-wise. I love to hear the budget thing. Like, if you're a certain guy, there's a certain number. If you're another certain guy, there's a certain number. Totally get it. That's reasonable. Good to hear he wants to invest in the players and taking care of them. That's great, right? We have to continue to wait. I also kind of hate how we memory hole the estate as if they did everything perfectly and didn't do things. Like, we're right now sitting in so many uncertainties in the organization, and I don't know which direction they're going to go. I can have opinions on it, but I don't know.
Sure.
But we act like the organization in the previous regime post-Paul Like, yeah, they started a G League. That was good.
Yeah.
But, like, we act like they didn't do anything wrong or they didn't find ways to basically – like, how much more did tickets rise the last 4 or 5 years for the Blazers?
Quite a bit.
And what did they provide us?
We talked about that every season going into the year. Hey, they won 27 games last year. Guess what are going up next season?
So what did they provide us, though? Right. Did it feel uber aggressive to you? Because I didn't feel that way.
No.
So I just memory holding the last regime as if they didn't also find little stupid cheap things to cut or do or not really put a lot of emphasis on the winning part.
Yes.
I that's where I push back some of like, can we let Tom operate can we get a year,
an off season,
and then we'll start kind of giving the take. It's immediately a gossipy league, gossiping about a new guy who does things differently than others. Oh, it can never be good. It can never work. And let's run with it.
Yeah.
Versus allowing new information to evolve, allowing the organization to operate in an off season. Where I just watched the last group basically not care, charge us more money for tickets, and act like they were amazing.
Things have gone great. I want to stick with the Blazers. A couple other takeaways from exit interviews yesterday as we kind of put a bow on the season. The Blazer talk will die down a little bit after this.
He killed your KD idea, by the way.
Who did?
Cronin. He didn't say it, but he's like, we're not in on short-term little rentals.
I thought that was more of a Giannis angle of like, we want to do the deal, but he's on an expiring contract and we're not going to do the deal without an extension.
You could view it that way. I viewed it as like a Kevin Durant trade.
Sure.
He's got about a year or two left.
You willing to roll the dice on Giannis? He's got 1 year left.
You're not trading for Giannis unless you have an agreement that there's an extension. Yeah, that's what I tell you about the Giannis thing.
Which I totally get. A couple more takeaways from exit interviews as we put a bow on the Blazer season. We'll get to some football nuggies in the final hour of the show. Back after this, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Muhammad Gay, far side corner three. That's off the back rim. Brunson with the rebound. He's off to the races. Alley-oop for Bridges, and he throws it down. Mikal Bridges with 16 points in 15 minutes. A 51-8 Knick run has put this game in a laughable state.
There's ESPN New York, Knicks radio. 69-22 lead would have led me to go to Magic City yesterday and leave that hot game early. The Knicks' largest postseason win in franchise history of 51, most points in a postseason game, largest halftime lead in any NBA postseason history. Knicks move on, Hawks get slaughtered.
One of the most embarrassing performances we've ever seen in the NBA. I thought our Game 5 performance in San Antonio in the first half was pretty atrocious, and then the Hawks said, hold my beer.
Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. They have delivery. They can custom cut and give you special orders. Great customer service at Southeast Stark Street, or visit them online at mrplywoodinc.com.
right, we'll get to a little football nuggies in the final hour of the show. A hostage gets to play quarterback again. We'll talk about that. Sprague and Line at 9:30. Get your fake sponsors in if you do declare. 503-864-6326. There's actually quite a bit to gamble on this weekend if you want to.
I added the neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day.
Oh, yes. What is it up at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter?
It is going up right now with Tom Dundon now as the owner.
Tommy D.
Will the Trailblazers finally make a big trade this offseason?
Big. Not a borderline around the fringe trade. Big. A B1G trade.
Yes.
B1G. Your neighborhood restaurant group brings you the fan poll question on X every day and dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse.
Boom.
So as we kind of put a bow on the Blazer season, like the conversation around them will dwindle. The guys are heading out for the offseason. We're not involved. Obviously, next Sunday will be the lottery drawing, and we are not participating in that for the first time in quite some time.
Did you hear another thing we didn't poll, but that's fine. Cronin saying that like they're going to be aggressive. He's not worried about Dundon spending to the point where they've talked about buying their way into the first round.
How much does it cost to buy into the first round?
I don't know.
I didn't think you could. I thought you could only buy cash into a second-round pick.
Could you do cash considerations as a part of a deal?
Maybe he said draft. Maybe I missed. So if I'm misspeaking,
I think he said draft. Yeah, he didn't say. I don't remember him saying
but he wants
first
to get
round.
in the draft.
Yeah, they have a second-round pick.
Right, but he talked about spending money to get in, so I didn't know what that meant.
And of all the years to have a second-round pick, based on what we've read about this draft class, probably not a great year to have a second-round pick. There's only like 70 guys available.
I think with any trade, because it would have to
Someone
be.
would argue that might be the better draft.
It would technically be a trade. So, but I think there's always like in
Can
any
you give 2 seconds in cash to get in the back end of the
any
first?
trade, you can have cash considerations to make it work, but the amount of cash you can put in is limited. I would have to go dive into the CBA.
Some of the number stuff in the NBA, just like when I was listening to Marks the other day, because I was curious on the Denny contract front of like, if he does make All-NBA this year.
I'm going to try to get him on, by the way, next week.
He'd be great because there's just so much of this stuff that's convoluted and it doesn't make sense. It goes over my head. But he was insinuating essentially that because of what Denny makes right now.
Kind of like Donnie Avdi.
Donnie out there.
Does that be alter ego?
That
I'm
could
going
be.
Donnie on you.
I'm Donnie tonight, like Donnie Wahlberg. Because of what he makes in his current contract and because of where the Blazer contract status is at, there's only a certain percentage of raise that he can be given under the CBA.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically said over the next 2 years that would be somewhere in the range of like a 4-year or a 3-year or a 4-year $90 million extension was like the max that Portland could offer him. And because of that, what's Denny going to say? No.
Right.
Why would you sign up right now to a 4-year, $90 million deal when I think either this year or next year there's a decent chance that I'm going to make all NBA and then I'm going to be an unrestricted free agent in 2 years, and guess what I'm going to do?
And then you're in the $200 to $300 million range.
Yes, all of a sudden I'm making $39 million a year or $40 million a year, and that's a totally different ballgame. And so I thought that was interesting, like just little stuff that I don't understand, and it's very convoluted. One last takeaway, though, and a guy we have not talked about yet, who I thought gave a great answer on Dundon, was Damian Lillard, because he was asked about Dundon, and he basically said, look, it's true for players when they come into the league. It's true for trainers. It's true for front office people. Like when you come into the league, it's a learning experience, and you got to learn how we operate. And he highlighted how Dundon's kind of going through some of that. He's learning. He's asking a lot of questions. He said their competitive spirits are aligned. But it was interesting to hear from him and remind ourselves again that I know he's been there. I know he was on the bench, and we had that brief flirt with, could he play in this series, which was never felt that realistic, but at least it was a fun talking point for a day or two of just what is he next year. So you look at his numbers the last year in Milwaukee. He averaged 25 points per game, 37.5 from three, 45% rounding up from the field, about 5 boards and 7 assists. So pretty similar other than the points per game and kind of some of those peak years of Portland, what he's been for a long time. He's about to turn 36 in July.
Yeah.
And just the idea of him being back, like we know the emotional pull that it will have on opening night, the letter O, like what that reaction will be like.
Boy, talk about prices for an opening night game.
Especially if you make a big move this offseason, too.
Man.
Like imagine a big fish has landed and he's back on opening night.
He's going to be, no matter if you get fill-in-the-blank player, and you can vote at the poll question. Doesn't matter who it is.
He'll get the biggest ovation.
Well, he's going to be the last player introduced.
Yes,
and he's going to blow the roof off of the building.
And we can carry this over a little bit to the final hour if you want. Of just like, I don't know what to expect out of him next year. It's such a unique situation with the Achilles and the age and coming back where I acknowledge and grant him the ability that his career's not done and he might still be an impactful player. I just have a really hard time processing exactly what that looks like.
I think a lot of people are going to the most positive possible
and I get it.
Play.
Because when we saw him play, he was great.
Yeah. It's a tough one because we don't know how the roster is going to be built out or shaken up. How does he do off ball? I think it's so much easier to say what you think he's going to do off ball versus actually being off ball. Yeah. Now, he's going to get the ball, but the way we watch Denny operate, Drew to the mix, and Drew's not like a big ball dominant guard.
He can play some off ball. Yeah.
Doesn't need the ball a ton. But like when Denny is controlling the ball and the tempo and in the half court, like what is Dame off? He's not running around like Steph, dude.
No.
He's never been that. He never will be.
No.
So what is he? He'll drift. He'll find his gaps in coverages and breakdowns, and when defenses are collapsing on, he'll know where to go to be in the open spots. But I'm maybe just as fascinated on that element of it, of like how he actually performs. I thought it was interesting that he was like, I was never coming back, but maybe the team themselves thought I was based on my routine changing up. And I'm like, so somebody posted on social media without confirming or asking.
It did its job. It generated some clicks.
I know it did, but also it feels like they accidentally did that and not like meant to do that on purpose. But yeah, man, I don't know what to expect from a numbers standpoint. I also don't know what to expect of we've seen Dame play with multiple small guards, but he's almost always in those spots been a controller of the basketball.
Yes.
Will
that be the case next year?
How is it going to change Denny's game? How is he going to be without it? Like, I have a lot of questions on it. I hope he can be 75% of what he was when he left.
20-point per game score.
I mean, if you're giving him 20, then that's all you could ask for. And I'd imagine the 3 is very efficient. So if that's what it is, cool. If it's, hey, man, he's 36, he's off the Achilles, there's a process with that, and it's 16, and it looks a little clunky off ball, and how's the starting lineup going to be all sorted out? There's a lot of questions you got with this stuff. I'm excited to see it and see him, but I have just as many questions and maybe concerns going into it as I think you should, but I think right now people are just sitting in the excitement of it.
Yeah, I'm curious where people are at on Dame next year, because it was a reminder of that's right, his rehab process is done. He's starting to play some live basketball again. 503-864-6326. That is the fan text line. You can interact with us there or on the YouTube chat. Just expectations for that next year and how it will actually look. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. We'll talk a little bit more about the Blazers. We put a bow on their season. Some football nuggies, including something going on this weekend, and Sprague in the line at 9:30. It is a loaded final hour on a Friday. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
No time. McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, after 3 Game 6s in the NBA on Thursday night, produced 1 Game 7 for Saturday between the Sixers and Celtics. 3 more Game 6s tonight, all on Prime Video. First up at 4:10, the Magic will try again to knock out the top-seeded Pistons in Orlando. Detroit, a 4.5-point favorite. 4:40 in Toronto. The Cavaliers try to wipe out the Raptors season. They are 4.5-point favorites on the road. Then the nightcap, 6:40 in Houston. Can the Rockets force a Game 7 after trailing 3-0 to the Lakers? They are 3.5-point home favorites. PGA Tour in Miami. The Blue Monster of Doral for the Cadillac Championship, another signature event. Nick Taylor has taken the lead. He is 9 under, 3 under today, making the turn. Cam Young, the first-round leader at 8 under, will tee off at 11 a.m. Jordan Spieth among those at 7 under par. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirty Sprague here, Portland sports leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you. It's a Flop Shot Friday. It's a Fast Break Friday. It's a Fastball Friday for your baseball teams. I'm not going to count mine in there.
Feel Good Friday.
It's a Feel Good Friday. It's a Football Friday.
A Football Friday. Big Europa win yesterday against
Look at you
Aston
guys.
Villa.
All right.
Good.
Our Timbers playing this weekend. They got a match this weekend, right?
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon.
Let's go, baby.
1:45.
Real Salt Lake, bring it on.
Yep.
The
We got a
Jazz
Sunday,
don't stand a chance.
Thorns are Sunday morning.
We got our first Fire home game Sunday.
Dude, can we take a brief moment
Yeah.
and point out? So the Fire are playing. I did not watch their first preseason game the other night.
Seattle.
In Seattle.
I saw bits of it.
Okay. First off, 2 things on that front. Number 1, let's shout out to our guy Nick Krupke.
Oh.
Getting a nice little promotion, if you will.
The Rose City Sportsnet.
I don't know what the correct terminology is, but he's
Sports director.
He's writing checks, cashing checks,
There you
whatever you
go.
want to say. He's doing
Yeah.
all of it right now. So shout out to our guy Krupke. He deserves it. Nobody works harder in the TV space than him, and he deserves all that's coming his way. And the Fire announced, I believe this was yesterday, maybe 2 days ago, they revealed their floor. And it's a good-looking floor.
Oh, there you go.
We may hate that name. That floor.
Still not a fan of the name overall.
That floor looking pretty good.
But I like the white jerseys, and I love the floor. The floor is it's a clean, solid look.
Yep.
The inside, the keys got a little like discoloration on the wood. I don't
What do
know
they call it?
exactly.
The fire pit is the
that
one
what it
end?
is? Okay, fire
I think
pit.
is what it's called.
I didn't zoom in that closely. I just did a quick glance. But I thought when I scrolled by, I'm like, you could have screwed that up, and you didn't screw it up. So kudos to the Fire,
there you go.
who got a preseason game this week.
I'm not a fan of the name bringing that back. I wish they would have gone with something more Rose City, whatever,
Yeah.
just to be a little more off the beaten path.
Yeah, I get it.
The one thing I'll give them, though, is that Fire Rose, I think, is a good logo.
a
And it
burning
looks
rose.
great on that court.
It's a burning rose, baby.
Boy, that could have been our ownership group, too. The Blazers.
That could have been them.
Now they compete.
Now, well, we're sharing a building, okay?
We're sharing a building.
Let's be simpatico here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Are we criticizing them for not putting money into the renovations, or is that just Dundon?
What?
Do they get it the other way or no?
It's Dundon.
Okay, just Tom.
Yeah.
Okay. They also play there, though, by the way. How that's going to work with renovations is going to be really interesting.
I don't know how it's going to work.
That's one thing where I'd love to get like an interview truth serum of like, let's actually reveal, like, how do you plan on making this happen?
You have to do the whole 300 section one off season. Because you're not going to open that thing up.
But no matter what in the offseason, the WNBA goes on in the offseason. So no matter what, even if you save the 100 level for another offseason, it's still impacting the Fire season.
I don't know how at some point they don't have to play a series of games, maybe not an entire season, but a chunk
like
of
a half
games
season
at
in
the
over at the VMC.
I don't
You're going to have to at some point.
You do that combined with a lengthy road trip around the All-Star break and give them, they got to find out, okay, how much time do you need to do things that require nothing going on in the arena?
Yeah. It's really tough. Remember when the Timbers did that when they were finishing their new site? Didn't they play the first 2 months of the season on the road? Wasn't it something wonky like that a couple of years ago when they were finishing the new site? And it was they won't be home until June. But the MLS figured it out.
Our San Antonio rodeo trip.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's a month and a half long.
The one in Chicago's a circus inn?
I think it's the circus.
They sent them out for 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, you can't have a home game. Ironically, speaking of the VMC, when they finished that project, the Winterhawks had to start their season a month straight of road games because it wasn't done yet.
The Grammy road trip for the Lakers and
Grammy
Clippers.
road trip. Yeah, because you got to have the building available for a couple of weeks there. So I don't know how any of that's going to work out. But when is their first regular season game?
Next, a week from Saturday.
A week from Saturday.
The Sky.
Okay. And the Sky are in town?
Yes,
It's
they
a
have
home
4 home games to start. So the Sky.
Dude, talk about a Mother's Day gift.
2 against the
Sorry, I
Liberty.
said that over the air. It's still a good thought. It's the thought that counts, Sprague.
It's a good idea.
It's a good idea.
It's a very good idea.
You guys are into women's hoops.
Some would wonder if somebody had already thought about that. Just trying to keep that a secret.
Oh, did you?
Not just anybody. It could be anybody.
Could be
out
anybody.
there. You never know.
I was actually just relatively proud of myself in a brief moment because I'm horrible at thinking of gifts. And then he said that was next Saturday, and I had a light bulb moment of dude, that's a great Mother's Day gift right there.
Saturday evening, and then 2 during the week against the Liberty. So Sabrina and
welcome back.
Stewie and
bring it on.
And they got was it Satu Sabali?
Yeah,
the Liberty signed in the offseason. And then I think the Connecticut Sun is the end of the first homestand.
Oh, you mean the future Houston Comets?
Yeah. Oh, they're moving to Houston.
Oh yeah, the Tillman for Tita for Tata.
Are they going to be able to be the Comets? I thought I saw somebody had
Travis Scott bought the rights to the Houston Comets name, and now they're like,
can we have it?
Can you give it to us?
That's a bummer. They're moving, and I saw the Vancouver MLS team's moving too.
Well, that's not a done deal yet.
That's not a done deal.
They can't get in
seems heading in that direction.
It seems like it's going that direction. Yeah,
they're just like, we got to figure this out.
I just
what are we talking for tickets for next Saturday? What's the price? Can you ballpark it for me?
Yeah, I'm on the website and I'm on the schedule and it says upcoming and it says all and it's not showing.
There's got to be some available for next weekend, I'd imagine, right?
Not on the website.
The first game back's probably a pretty spendy one, you would think. Does Chicago have any relevant players that we know?
No, they traded.
Reese was their best player, right? She's gone.
They made trades.
Standing ovation though.
So you've got the Sky coming. The Liberty one's going to be super.
That's
pricey.
the big one. Yeah, I get it. Sabrina in town, and
now
the Clark game.
the only issue there is maybe
the Sparks will be.
They play 2 games.
Yeah.
So they play them on Tuesday and Thursday, and maybe one is more accessible and cheaper than the other one. Maybe not.
I think because the Liberty have been so good, and you've got the Sabrina
it's
tie,
Sabrina
and it's
Sabali and
yeah.
In terms of women basketball player knowledge of name recognition, Sabrina's near the top of the list in this state. So her coming back to play a game is a big deal.
Not even close.
Yeah.
And then you got when's Caitlin get here?
I remember she's coming in May. She's coming at the end of the month.
If she cannot get hurt.
Well, didn't want to talk about it, but you brought it up. I watched them play Paige Beckers, and
Paige Beckers looking better. How dare you? How dare you knock my girl down? Okay?
Just saying.
You leave my gal alone, okay? You leave the goat alone.
Paige Beckers over Caitlin Clark.
We were talking about Damian Lillard in the last segment, and it's $1 million question that nobody has an answer to, but I find it one of the more interesting storylines for their season next year because Joe talked about the idea of making a big move in the offseason. We played some of the audio earlier. If you missed it, you can go find it. But it basically, hey, there was a deal at the deadline. We thought about doing it. It fell through, but Dunn signed off on it. He wants to go big game hunting, but also acknowledge that there's a price point, right? If somebody's asking you for 8 first-round picks, which they can't even mathematically trade, but you get the point I'm trying to make that maybe the deal falls through and they're going to lean on internal development. But he also continued to highlight, and a lot of people around the organization continue to highlight, well, what do they have coming back next year? No matter what you're doing this offseason, you got the letter O coming back next year. Mm-hmm. And it looms.
And he's going to start.
He's going to start. He's going to be in the lineup. He's not coming off the bench. And again, his last year in Milwaukee prior to the Achilles tear, he was not Damian Lillard of 2021, where he's scoring 30 a game and one of the top scorers in the league and potentially a first-team All-NBA guy, but he was still an effective player to that point of 25, 7, and 5, which are not terrible numbers. And if he does that, then by all means, especially on his contract, that's an incredible deal for Portland if he's putting up those type of numbers and he become your second-best player next year. It's just it's a massive unknown. I think that combined with the idea of internal development make it for a very interesting offseason because you have a lot of young guys that you've invested time and resources into, and we just don't quite know what the ceiling is. Let me ask you this. So there was something that Cronin said yesterday that stood out in terms of the way he evaluates players, and I'm wondering if you agree with the philosophy. Because I heard it and I thought, that's interesting. I get why he does it, but he talked about the idea of looking at players this season and how many did he change his feeling on a ceiling or a floor based on where he was at the start of the year. Like, did the ceiling rise? Did it fall? Did the floor rise? Did the floor fall? And he said he likes to focus on the positive stretches that players have because it showcases what they are capable of. And then in the next sentence, he said, but we also dealt with the consistency issues, and we didn't see that often. Like, use whoever you want. Shaden early in the year, right? Scoot in the moments. Tamani having those 7 of 9 from 3 games.
Right.
Donovan dominating for a month. And I thought, I get why as a GM you would want to focus on those ceiling moments because it shows you what the player is capable of. But if they can't do it consistently, is that what the player is capable of on a larger scale? Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. But like I think this goes back a little bit to the Donovan Tamani thing. Like we got 5 games of
a small sample size in the playoffs.
It's tiny, but like in the relative grand scheme, all my point was when we talked about them this week was if you were an NBA general manager, right? Somebody was like, Dirt was right today. Nobody on this team is very good. It's only like you can't blow up a whole roster every year.
No.
That's not how that operates. You have to take it all. And what did we say about Tamani and Donovan? Right? They had good years.
Good years. Bad postseason, good
Bad
years.
5 games, good years. If you're a general manager, how are you evaluating that? You're probably going, they're developing exactly how I want. Donovan took a step. Tamani took a step. I kind of feel like I know what Tamani's ceiling is going to be. Donovan's ceiling is still a little TBD.
A little murky for you.
You can say you think you know what it is. I would imagine, though, that internally they're still kind of open-ended to what if he starts shooting the 3 at a decent clip? What if he drops a little bit more weight, develops a back-to-the-basket game? You know, there are elements here that Donovan could change about his own game, whereas Tamani, I kind of know what it is.
Yeah.
Right? It might be tapped out at 17 points a game. Probably roughly in the 36 to 40% three-point percentage.
Yeah, if you got the 17 a game, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
I'm just saying, like, if that's the ceiling, you have to probably acknowledge what Tamani's ceiling is, whereas Donovan's a little more open-ended.
Let me ask you then the Cronin question. Based on what you felt in August and now feel now, or September or whatever the start of the year would have been, did Kamara's ceiling go up or down?
Slight up.
Slight up for you.
Not like
even though he wasn't
barely.
all defense, was it the offense? Like he shot
He's
the ball.
not all
at a
defense
decent clip.
because the amount of guys eligible this year that also stepped up grew deeper.
Sure.
And as I noted during the regular season, I thought his first almost month, he's fine, but fine for him is not all defense. Fine is like, oh, he's a good defender.
Yeah.
And then it felt like he had gotten a little more locked down and leveled back up, and so I think he was a little too late to the party.
He's an interesting one in that regard because there's no argument Cleveland's ceiling went up. He wasn't playing more than 15 minutes a night because his legs were going to fall off evidently last year.
Right.
So his ceiling certainly rose. His numbers went up across the board.
You don't think Tamani's did?
I just think it's a more interesting debate because I think last year, based on where he was at youth-wise in his career and what he shot, like I know he averaged more points per game. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm trying to look at all his stats.
I want to say he went from like 11 to 13 or 14, but I think the three-point percentage ended up being somewhat the same, and he went from all defensive team last year to not all defensive team this year.
Okay, can I just quickly point out on the points per game too? He had
what was it last year to this year? I wanted to say he was at 11, and then I think he went to 14, but maybe I'm wrong.
So last year 11.3, 13.4.
Okay, so 11 to 13.
Rebounds are largely the same.
Yeah. 37% last year, 37% this year, right? From
37.5, 37. Yeah, so 37,
he's a 37% three-point shooter.
Pretty solidly 37.
Yeah.
On the all-defensive note, what I would say is, if we're looking at this trying to guess how a general manager is thinking, if you're Joe Cronin, are you going, well, he fell off defensively because he didn't make the all-defensive team?
No,
or are you still telling yourself,
by no means,
he's an all-defensive caliber player who's made it before?
And it's different than CJ saying he's an all-star caliber because he's actually made it. CJ never made an all-star game. I'm not saying that this is a takeaway of like now you move on from Tamani because he was no longer first-team all-defense.
Yeah.
I do think there, though, was a little internal hope of man, he's so good on that end of the floor. If he could put more pieces together offensively, I think that the thought of the ceiling might have been a little bit higher. And I'm not saying, but you lower the ceiling to he's not a good player, not a good rotational player. Many teams in the NBA would love to have a Tamani Kamara on the roster because of what he provides. But I do wonder internally for me if my thought is, okay, I just kind of know what he is offensively. There's nothing wrong with scoring 13 or 14 a game and shooting 37% from three when you're that good defensively. But I do think the thought of him having more ceiling and more room for growth, to me, is that conversation is kind of done after this year.
So he doubled his 3-point averages per attempt 2 years ago. And this year,
much more volume shooting.
He went from 4.6 to 7.2, and he's shooting the same percentage. So, like, the volume got bigger, the percentage didn't drop.
Will the volume ever get bigger than that, though?
Well,
he's not going to be a bigger part of your offense than what he is this year, especially with all the injuries.
Totally fair. And maybe me even saying it went up a tick is a bit far for you and many others. I wouldn't blame you for the opinion. I more look at Donovan than I do Tamani, though. Like, Tamani's not untouchable. I think any idea that he is a bit ludicrous, but you need Tamani Kamara's on your team, so I'm not in a rush to trade.
No, you're not rushing to make a
Donovan
deal.
one, to me, is more about, like, how much better is he going to get offensively? Do you think it's a lot? Because here's what I'd say about him defensively. Can he get you blocks? Yeah. I also find him to be, at times, slightly overrated defensively. He's very slow-footed. I think
he talked about it himself yesterday. All the things he needs to improve on. It was everything that you would think. He's very self-aware.
I still have not gotten out of my brain the Jared Allen game.
Yeah.
Jared Allen had like 24 points in the first quarter. Just dominated him. And you see it. It's not just Wemby. This isn't just a Wemby problem. There are a lot of other good centers out there that don't seem to have a lot of issues with him.
Yeah.
So how you evaluate him defensively is he's a block monster, certainly capable, great on the boards, especially the offensive glass, good possessions. He's going to work his butt off, but how much better is he going to get offensively? Because I think I know what his limit is defensively.
It's a very difficult question to ask. Or answer,
We've seen no evidence of a back-to-the-basket game.
None at all.
And he shot more threes this year, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that ceiling is, but it's not very high.
The internal development calculator internally for the Blazers is tough.
Development's going to be huge for them.
Big question for them this offseason. What do these guys do and where do they go?
What were we saying about Jaden McDaniels?
Exactly. A guy who has shown he has the ability to do it. When we traded Alexander Walker, who saw him turning into the most improved player in the NBA over our own guy.
Exactly.
So, a lot of big questions heading into the offseason. Dame, one of them, and internal growth. Another one. Let's get to a couple of football nuggies, including something happening this weekend, and then we'll spring line coming up bottom of the hour back after this 105.1 FM The Fan.
FM and 1080 AM.
This should be a segment just playing Nickelback.
You got all the favorites in today. Did you set
you're going to be gone next week. I try to tickle your fancy
No,
over
thank
there,
you.
Swigard. You may rub some mayo on your chest?
No.
Do they still make music, this Nickelback?
Yes.
No, they don't.
I don't know if they make
I
it. They're
don't
still
know
touring.
if they're putting out. I don't know when the last new studio album they did.
Let's
I
see
know
if we
they're
can find
still
it.
on tour.
Is
Dude.
there a girl you think about when you hear Nickelback from your Cougar days? When you're in between a post-divorce?
Tell me what you want.
There has to be a woman's name that pops in your head. You're like,
Well, it
that's
was
Katie.
There was only one Cougar.
They came out with an album, Get Rollin', in 2023.
I bet you we would find at least 3 bangers on there that
They
people
have a
would
live
hate to
from
say they like.
live from Nashville in 2024. But they did take a hiatus. Feed the Machine was 2017.
Yeah.
They took a
Yeah.
6-year break until their next album.
You know how hard it is to come up with as many
They
bangers
just released
as
a
they
new
make?
single, Bones for Crows.
Oh,
I bet it's a
haven't
banger.
heard that.
I bet it's a banger. The Crows need bones.
Okay.
Does it just go with the same melody and way he sings every other
look,
song?
they're all the same. Dude,
I'm curious if we'll
I'll listen to it after.
find that
Why
one
don't you
and
look
then
it up so we can play it during the show today?
What's it
Find
called?
out
Bones for Crows.
Bones for Crows. Let's see if we like the new Nickelback single release.
What's the whitest thing about your radio show except your skin color?
Well-
Like, oh, Nickelback.
Also, I like James Taylor. Total side plot, by the way. I don't want to lose the segment here. Brandman's yelling at me to stay on task. All right, you got to focus.
You're carbo loading.
I am carbo loading. There's a Martin Short documentary coming out on Netflix.
Oh,
And I
yeah?
don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
That does it for me. I love Martin Short. I find him fascinating, his career in comedy, the different characters he's
The
played.
daughter story is really sad.
The daughter story is super sad.
And he's touring already.
His resurgence of the murders in a building, him and Martin having this like renaissance moment of their career.
Well, they had some great little moments throughout, too. Like
Yes,
the Three
they did.
Amigos, the Father of the Bride
They
series.
got a great relationship. I saw that trailer released earlier, and I'm like, that's definitely going to rope me in. I love me some Martin Short.
I love Martin Short, too. What am I going to...
Jiminy Glick.
All-time great character.
All-time great character.
I don't know how he didn't break more being that character.
If you haven't seen the one he did with Larry David, it's worth the 4 minutes because
Yeah.
Larry David just starts laughing.
He
and they're
broke
like-
Larry David,
Yes,
which is not easy to do.
does not happen very often. Are you going to watch the Huskies spring game tomorrow? Huh? Could be tuned into that.
Didn't watch the Duck spring game. Why would I watch the Husky spring game?
tomorrow?
Didn't watch the Beaver spring game.
Do they let Damon Williams out of prison to go play in the game? Out of his hostage situation?
Like, I couldn't believe...
He's like trapped in the closet and they let him out for the weekend to go play the spring game and then they lock him back in the closet so he won't leave.
There are real media people that do like stat read-offs of players in spring games. I'm like, what are you doing
This
here?
is the level of sicko that I am. I watch them, not all of them, but I watch as many
So
of them
you're
as I
going to
can.
watch the Husky one?
I'm not going to watch it live. I will DVR it. It'll be one of those like, I'll
What
get to it
channel
at
is it
some
on?
point.
Big Ten?
They're all on the Big Ten Network.
Gotcha.
And then the Big Ten Network throws them up on YouTube too. So you can go watch that way. But I saw some of those like YouTube algorithm feed things where it was like college football podcasts reacting to spring games. And I'm like, oh, let's see what the Cover 3 podcast has to say. And they were I was just laughing at home listening to it, hearing like, they muffed a couple of punts. You think special teams will be a problem for them next year? And I'm like, hey, if you want to give me some general takeaways, that's fine. But if you want to dive into the nitty gritty of stuff like that, no, I don't think that'll be a problem for the next year. I think they'll figure out who's going to catch punts and return punts. I know they might have muffed a couple in the spring game. It also wasn't a live play for them. I find them interesting with the whole Damon Williams situation. And everything that transpired in the offseason. And this will be the first time that he has, I don't know if anybody will be there. I'm sure some will. I don't think it'll be the crowd that was in Eugene, certainly, but do they boo him when he runs on the field?
No, but they feel very uncomfortable
Do they
clapping.
cheer him when he runs on the field?
Well, he's not going to be by himself.
He will not. He'll run on with the
so
other
it'll be a
quarterbacks.
collective cheer, clap. Now, if you did like starting lineups,
and now
at quarterback, 5'4", coming back.
First time he throws a bad pick this year, what's the crowd reaction at home?
The first big game that he is playing like he did against Ohio State or Oregon, there is going to be stadium boos. It's going to be
right?
a weird situation where they're going to celebrate him until he's not doing what he's supposed to do.
Yes.
But as I've highlighted with high school recruits, and I think it applies to college kids, for all the questions I have about commitment and locker room stuff, we tend to see with these guys, they're
immune to it. Yeah, it's cool.
Unplugged from what we discuss and think that
they're transferring in high school.
I know
They've all been through
they
this
don't
throughout
care
their
that
entire
he did
careers.
this. They're like, oh, you chased a bag, you didn't get it, you're back.
All right. Some of our other starters transferred. Guess who their top running back's going to be an Oregon transfer. I don't know if he's top, but one of their guys is Jaden Lamar. Like, he transferred. So, yeah, I think that's a valid point. Kids these days are immune to it. It's more about the fan reaction that I'm curious of. And again, I don't know how many people will be there, but curious to keep an eye on that one. That's a tough one. That's a tricky situation for a fan. Like, this guy definitely won it out. Now he's back. And everybody ran with he's a midget and he can't play football, and the coach's wife was trash talking him online.
Yep.
And then it's like, oh, never mind. You're our starting quarterback.
I think what's most important here is comparing fan bases. It's going to be beautiful this weekend.
Oh, yes.
Seattle's certainly a sexier, fun city than Eugene, in my opinion.
Oh, yes, of course. Much more to do.
But I think legitimately they get like 30 people at their spring games.
I'll be curious.
It's like Oregon State level bad.
I'm not going to watch live, but maybe I'll dive in. The Mariners are, by the way, home this weekend, too, so that certainly doesn't help the Royals.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're playing the Royals, I think, on Apple TV tonight.
And they might win that series. The Royals are terrible.
Yeah, very well could. They're back to 500. So there goes. Husky spring game is this weekend. Let's break the line, shall we? We'll see what we want to gamble on this weekend. Got some NBA playoffs going on. Will Sprague take a live plus 45.5 bet again this weekend? We'll get to that spring line next, but first here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, 3 more elimination games in the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. Canada's last stand is the Montreal Canadiens as they look to break their cup drought. The Canadiens were the last team north of the border to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup in 1993. They can knock out the Lightning tonight at 4:30. Buffalo trying to extinguish the Bruins. They are in Boston, 4:30 on ESPN. And then Vegas and Utah, the Golden Knights, up 3-2, 7 o'clock tonight.
Couple animal news. You want to see something creepy, cool, and just like, is this really going to happen the way it did in the movie? Go Google an orangutan walking on a human bridge. They finally found an orangutan somewhere that was walking across one of the bridges that people have made with the ropes, and it's just it just looks like a totally normal human
just cruising along.
It's creepy but cool. And how about this? The Colombians are very divided. They don't know what to do because along one of the rivers, the hippos.
This is such a cool story,
from
but
Pablo
terrifying.
Escobar.
Yeah.
Have become so invasive that people now are split of what to do, of eliminate them.
Yeah, they're screwing the ecosystem
They're
up.
completely
They're
screwing the
multiplying
ecosystem,
like
but they're
crazy.
getting animal right groups that are like,
you can't kill them.
It's not their fault.
Yeah.
What do you do here?
Wild stuff. And there's an Indian billionaire that's like, I'll take half of them. Like, what?
What are you going to do with half of them?
That's weird me out. How about this local announcement from our hockey team yesterday? This is pretty cool. So I remember last year they had this going on. Their owner paid for a documentary series to be filmed following just the life of minor hockey and what it's like and going through the season and all that. Everybody was a part of it. And I was wondering internally, like, are they ever going to say what? And they announced yesterday it will be on the NHL Network. So a documentary about last year's Portland Winterhawks team. And it debuts May 9th, May 16th, and May 23rd. I think it's a 3 or 4 part series. Each episode's about an hour long and showcasing our local talents. I thought that was really cool. And you can catch it in a week or 8 days from now on the NHL Network.
How about that?
There you go. More orangutan, hippo, and hockey stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for
Yeah, we don't need to sing, but it feels good nonetheless. Welcome back in, 9:35. Before we get to...
Feels odd that you're not singing.
Sometimes it feels good to hear the song. Makes you remember fondly the days of gambling old. So I'm going to ask, we'll get to our bones for scarecrows or scarecrows for bones. In a moment.
What is it? Bones and what?
Bones and crows.
Bones and crows?
Crows bones.
Yeah.
Bones for the crows.
Bones for the crows.
I hate the Hawks forever.
I'm going to ask you this right now. I'm going to give you $10.
Yeah. Make me holla.
$10. Make you holla.
You know what my wife really hates?
What?
The Full Metal Jacket Vietnam scene with the lady.
Oh, yeah.
I can't even joke about that scene.
No.
I did it.
You tried to pull that joke off and it didn't go well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are you gambling on to win the Eastern Conference right now? Your odds are as follows.
Okay. All right.
Boston Celtics plus 160.
Well, I have a ticket on the Cavs, so that's a mistake.
The Cavs plus 275. Yeesh. They have Game 6 tonight, right?
Yes, in Toronto.
I got them at 3-1.
Okay.
When I made the bet.
Knicks plus 320.
Really? The Cavs have a better odds
than the Knicks?
Than the Knicks?
And they've already punched their ticket.
Huh.
Yeah.
Pistons plus 750.
No.
76ers plus 2,800.
Oh, that's juicy.
Magic plus 2,800.
If you legitimately
and then
to
it's the
core,
Raptors plus 10,000.
Yeah, nobody's betting the Raptors.
Nobody's betting that.
No.
If you to your core believe the Sixers win Game 7, why would you not take 28-1?
Yeah. I legitimately brought it up just for the basis of the segment to ask you guys. I'm logging into my account and betting on them right now.
Are you? How much you putting on?
$10, $5. Let's see, what's $5 pay?
Oh, 28 times 5.
$5 is 145. That's $5 is good. Boom, locked in. 76ers.
How about that?
Eastern. There's your first regular line pick of the day.
There you go.
76ers winning the Eastern Conference.
I think if I'm legitimately
do we trust Boston at all right now?
Don't trust Boston.
Tatum doesn't look great. Pritchard is very hot and cold. Like he has moments great. And then what was he last night from 3?
Well, Tatum might be hurt. And Tatum,
again?
He hurt his leg last night.
He hurt his other leg.
Jesus.
And if he's banged, like it's a calf. So if he doesn't play Game 7, don't be shocked.
Yeah.
They might just like, okay, 2 seed, great season. Jalen was a MVP type guy. Didn't work for us. Let's bring it back next year.
Run it back.
Dude, if Philly can get past Boston and Joel Embiid stays healthy.
Who else is scaring you?
The Knicks.
The Knicks.
The Knicks are the team.
I mean, I get
if I'm
it.
not betting Sixers, like I have a Cavs bet. I'm lighting it on fire already. I don't know why I did that.
What's the cash out?
There is
Provided
no cash
Mitchell
out.
Robinson doesn't get himself suspended at any point for not being able to control himself.
That was soft.
That could happen.
That was soft.
That was soft.
What are we
but
ejecting guys? That's soft.
I know. But still.
It's Knicks or Sixers for me.
I think it's the Knicks for me. Because Brunson, if it comes down to it, he can take things over. But the way Cat's playing right now, if Brunson doesn't have it going or teams run defense at him, multiple guys.
I have a really annoying Knicks friend, and then I've got a normal Knicks friend, like one that has actual
a bing
ties.
bong and a non-bing bong?
Yeah, I got like a friend that's actual ties to New York that's a Knicks fan, and I got another one that used to wear Tim Duncan jersey every day of high school and then listened to a Jay-Z album and became a Knicks fan. And it's just... And he's the worst Knicks fan ever.
In New York.
He goes, did you guys see the Knicks score? I go, you're not even watching the game?
Yeah.
What kind of Knicks fan are you?
You're not a fan.
I kind of don't want him to win because of him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But what I would tell you is, if I could pick a team to win the title now that we're out, I would pick the Knicks.
The Knicks winning would be good for the league.
It would be fantastic for the league for the Knicks to win.
For the league.
Yeah.
New York with a championship?
Haven't been in the finals in 27 years, right? 1999?
2000.
2000 was the last one, yeah.
Or no, yeah.
99, 2000,
strike
whatever
season.
the year it would have been.
But
yeah.
don't allow them to win anymore. They're only allowed to win one title in
And
my
then
entire
done.
life.
Yeah.
Because
This
that
is
city's
also-
insufferable.
They're not the kind of group that if they won it, you would think, uh-oh, here we go. Like, that would be a, oh, damn, they pulled it off. And what are the chances that happens again next year?
Well, if they pulled it off, that would continue the streak of no repeats.
Exactly.
And
which
it
would be
shows
great
the
for
depth of the
NBA.
league. Yeah.
Yes, it would be awesome.
Yeah.
Anything else we want to gamble on this weekend?
Yeah, the ponies.
Oh,
Would you like
yes.
the ponies?
Give me the pony odds.
I've read that there's a couple of Japanese ponies, and there's some thought that for the first time a Japanese horse might win.
We've never had a Japanese horse win
My
the Kentucky
Japanese
Derby.
horses are going to win, huh?
Win the run for the roses.
By the way,
Dave
Dave Kinsella poo-pooing my 25% Japanese under-talked about on this show.
He did, yeah.
What? He's
like, you
going
could be like 7% Japanese. And I go, well, my dad's a half.
I
so,
mean, theoretically, he is right, but also a little offensive, A little offensive.
Nobody plays the realistic genetic game.
I did have that because I've never done the DNA thing, but my parents did, and like 100% Swedish on both sides of families. Like grandparents, like it is 100%. And then they got their DNA test back, and it was like, yeah, there's like 20% Irish in there, 15% English. Like it was much more spread out than they thought it was.
Look, I'm a pale white. I know what I am.
We're all nomads, man.
Don't take my 25% away. Here are your horse favorites, the ponies.
There you go.
You got Exploa.
Oh.
You got Zany.
I'm out. Bad names.
Search Party.
Okay,
Ooh,
I'm in. That's
good.
a good name.
Counting Stars.
I'm cool with that.
Meaning.
Yeah. Meaning. Okay, that's dumb.
My Miss Mo.
Nice. Like it.
Dazzling Dame.
Dazzling Dame.
Are we going Dame Dollar?
I think we got to go Dazzling.
30-1.
Yeah. Ooh.
Bottle of Rouge. Always a runner. You better.
Now, what's Dazzling Dame's post position?
7.
Now, do they have
that's a good slot.
7th spot, Dazzling Dame, 30-1.
Is there
Always
like
a runner
spot
is 9.
you want to be to win the race? Is there like analytical data that
there's
shows
two
that?
things. Like unless your horse likes to get out to the front early, being down buried on the rail 1, 2, 3 sometimes is tough because
that makes sense.
If you can't break early and get out in front and not get caught in the wash, you're caged in.
This says posts 5 through 10 lead historically with most wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then
5 through 10. So that would be Meaning, My Miss Mo, Dazzling Dame, Bottle of Rouge, Always a Runner, Prom Queen.
Prom Queen.
Percy's Bar. That might just be a bar owner.
Who knows?
How long until a company buys the naming rights for a horse?
That's definitely happening.
That'll definitely happen.
There's Geico out of the third lane.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
State Farm out of the
Jake?
fourth lane. Jake from State
Jake
Farm.
State
Out of
Farm.
lane
State Farm.
5.
Bella Ballerina.
Okay.
Pashmina.
Okay.
Brooklyn Blonde.
That's one of the Japanese horses.
Brooklyn Blonde is?
I believe so.
Lovely Gray. I'm going to have to lay that because I got a nephew named Gray. Nikon and Resist.
What are we resisting?
Some anti-Trump stuff
I don't know.
on that horse.
No, I don't think
Resisting
anybody
animal cruelty and glue? What are we resisting here?
because they have the
Gummy bears
auxiliary
crossed
starting
out.
gate. So
What?
the normal gate's like 1 through 14 or something, and then they have the auxiliary starting gate that's like
15,
stuck
16,
further out there.
17? Yeah.
And I can't remember. It's like hardly ever, if ever,
that ever happened out of
somebody's
that?
won from starting in the auxiliary gate.
So the gates.
Stay away from the auxiliary gate. Gamble 5 through 10.
So the order in which I'm reading are gates, not their actual odds.
Odds, yes.
Because you have, where is it? Like Percy's Bar is 6-1.
Oh, okay.
So it's like one of the favorites.
I think Dazzling Dame has to be the show bet. 30-1. Give me better
I think we
odds.
bet on Dazzling Dame and Always a Runner.
Now the tough part is you got to do like a separate thing. It's
Something
a
you
whole,
got to go find an actual,
actually do it.
OTB place
So
as opposed
stupid.
to regular.
What do you mean? I
whatever.
can bet it right here.
Can you?
It's on my DraftKings. That's how I'm reading everything.
Can you
Okay,
actually
Can
place
you
the
actually
bet?
bet on it?
I think it's going to take you to a separate app.
Hold on.
Give me the ponies. And just
Dude,
clicking
I
on the
just
horse.
I just chose one horse. I put $5. I win 15. It says place bet. Click.
I have to
Oh, there you
accept
go.
the terms and conditions. That I accept the,
I did.
the
Sure.
terms and conditions.
I'm betting. I'm going to bet the Dame one right now.
There you go.
Damn, that's a game changer.
It's on there, boys. You're wrong.
That's never been the case though. And in
I wonder
years
if
past,
I wonder
been
if it's a special for the Derby or something. I don't know.
okay.
But that'd be great if it is.
All right, I'm going Dazzling Dame too.
You're going Dazzling Dame.
Yeah. How do I do win play? I don't know how to do this. This is confusing.
Win is to win.
Okay,
Wait a
win.
minute.
There we go. I got it.
What's the name of the? Hold on. This is very weird.
Horse racing is confusing.
Dazzling Dame and Always a Runner are my two picks.
Those are your 2 picks. All right.
Although I probably have to sprinkle a little bit on the Japanese horse.
Yeah, you do 25%. Don't you know?
25% of my bets.
I think that's a good idea. Not a full bet, not a full unit.
Sure.
25% of a unit.
Yeah, let's do that.
Swag, you like any hockey bets tonight?
You like
I like
the Oilers?
No, they're done. I like Buffalo on the road at Boston.
Oilers lost last night.
Okay.
Yeah, the Oilers are done.
They're done. The Oilers are done.
The Ducks hammered them 5-2.
They killed them.
Thanks for coming.
Where
The uniforms are terrible. I know. I'm with you. All right. There you
who
go.
do you like in Game 7?
Spring in line. Philly.
I like Boston.
I'll give you an NBA money line. I'm going to go
Lakers
Philly
tonight?
and Lakers.
Lakers road money line plus money tonight.
I'm going to go Lakers and Philly for Game 6 and 7.
You know all these are going to hit. They're spraying the line every Friday at 9:30. Let's close it up with a little, we'll play you out on a Friday. How about that? Next on The Fan. There you go, fist bumping your way into the weekend every Friday. In a very fitting way to end our week. By the way, Harley mentioned that apps merged a week ago, so now you can do them together. That being said,
doesn't matter if you can't read it right.
One listener texted in, "What Derby field are you looking at?" And he sent us a link to a CBS News story with all the horses in the Kentucky Derby, and none of the names that I'm reading in the article are the names that you gave me, nor the bet that I just placed. I don't even know what race I just gambled on, but I put $5 on Dazzling Dame.
What if Dazzling Dame wins?
I mean, then I'm happy about it, but I thought it was for the Derby.
I got it now.
I cannot figure out how to find the Kentucky Derby on the DraftKings app. This is the most confusing thing in my lifetime.
We'll have to navigate it.
I'm such an old.
So it's the Advanced Kentucky Derby.
That's what we need to find?
I'm on the Kentucky Derby website.
Okay. We don't need to read all the names. There's 23 names. We don't need to go through all of them.
Well, I would go through all of them, but if you want the 5 through 10 range, Right to Party. That's pretty good. Commandment.
Are you sure you're reading off the right list?
No.
Okay.
Dannon Bourbon.
I'm seeing those on this article. So I think
So
you're okay.
Happy. A horse winning name, So Happy.
15-1, So Happy.
The Puma.
Mm-hmm.
See, on this, it says 6-1.
Oh, okay.
And then Wonder Dean.
Wonder Dean.
20-1 Wonder Dean.
I'm going to go Incredibolt.
Incredibolt's pretty badass.
Chief Wallaby's a solid name.
6-Speed?
Pavlovian's on there. I might go Pavlovian.
Ocelli?
Further Ado. Great names out there.
Dude, there's no way this horse is winning. His name has eliminated him. Robusta?
Robusta.
He's a bust.
He's large and in charge.
Corona del Oro?
Yeah, those are pretty solid names right there. If we can figure out how to gamble on it, I'll try to.
And give me a second. I might be able to...
Whatever race I just gambled on, I hope the horse I gambled on wins the race. So that's a new fun one for.
So I'm
for
on the
Sprague
app.
Ride.
I'm on Kentucky Derby Advance, and none of these names
are showing up.
Yeah.
None
of them.
If anybody knows how to find it, let us know. Because if I can gamble on it, I'll watch it. If I'm not going to gamble on it tomorrow, I'm probably not going to.
The race you just gambled on is in 10 minutes.
I know. I could be richer in 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's a full card today.
It's right out of the gate.
And the Derby's usually the 9th race tomorrow.
Let's go, Dazzling Dame.
I have to bet on Dazzling.
Somebody get the horse racing channel on out here in the bullpen when we're done. I'm going to go watch it as soon as we're off the air. All right, let's do this. A unique way to end the show, but whatever. It's a Friday. Blazer season's come to an end. It's the off season. It's the summer, dude. It's going to be 90 degrees on Sunday. Get your ACs ready to roll.
Boy.
This is the new single.
It was hot last night.
It was hot, yeah.
We didn't run it.
Yeah. You got through yesterday without running it?
I had a little fan next to us playing Uno with my daughter. It was great.
We go fans every day.
Yeah. What is this?
This is the new
Scottish music?
Nickelback single.
Oh, really?
Bones for the Crows.
They all sound so similar.
This is terrible.
What are you talking about? I feel like Braveheart right now.
It's a culty country song.
I'm going to jump on Dazzling Dame and ride through the streets.
Let them know that the dirt is coming. This is terrible.
It's very, very Nickelback.
What is the background?
What do you think the reaction is if they play this at a concert? Everybody's like, "Oh, give me photographs, Rockstar, play the hits." Excuse me, sir. We only played Billy Joel songs from the '80s. No Piano Man involved.
You can turn this. Is terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Hold on.
Uh-oh. Now I'm maxing out a squat, 325.
He clearly wrote this so a war movie of some sort picks it, right?
Yes.
We're leaving the bones for the crows.
Game of Thrones episode's going to throw it in there.
Yeah, that's all this is for.
All right, there we go. There's enough Nickelback for you. Well done. Thank you, Swigard. We do have a lot going on in the sports world this weekend. Our season has come to an end.
Well, so is our franchise. We're the Seattle Super Blazers.
That is true.
It's over.
It's over. There's no point.
I don't know if you guys woke up to the same news, but we're the Seattle Super Blazers.
Everybody's telling me the University of Oregon's going to move up to Tacoma, too. We're going to lose them. Well, there was a 1% chance last year. Now it's like 40%
The Tacoma Ducks.
The Tacoma Ducks are coming.
The Rainier Beavers.
Actually, Rainier Beavers is not a bad name.
Cool.
That kind of flows off the tongue a little bit.
UPS acquiring the University of Oregon now.
You've acquired us, yes.
Nice.
Have you seen Nike stock recently? Times are tough down there.
Tough. Times are tough.
Okay? Stock market's down.
Yeah.
What are we most looking forward to in sports this weekend?
Being outside,
I know.
playing it.
I know.
I mean, I'm looking forward
I
to
am going
Game
to play
7.
golf on Sunday. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm playing golf Sunday as well.
But yeah, we get a Game 7 in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, we see the Lakers potentially. Do
Go
they
to a
blow a
Game
3-0
7?
lead and go to Game 7?
They very well could. That would be Sunday, right?
Game 7 will be Sunday.
If they lose tonight.
So we get to see if we go to Game 7 there. And then we got a Game 7 4:30 Saturday at Boston.
The Sixers are getting 7.5.
Taking it.
I'm taking it.
Because I don't think Tatum's going to play.
That might be it might be fool's gold to gamble on Joel Embiid in the playoffs. I get all those
You're
jokes
betting
that
on
people have
Maxey,
made.
Paul George,
Yes.
VJ Edgecombe. You're betting
Yes.
on the others there.
Embiid just be like the third best player. You don't have to carry him anymore.
He's been awesome, though.
He's been really good in the last 2 games for them. He was like 19 and 11 last night, I think.
Yeah.
Or 2 nights. Yeah, last
Pretty
night.
complete
Last night,
player.
yeah. So that should be a lot of fun. Kentucky Derby this weekend. Stanley Cup playoffs continue. Enjoy the heat, everybody. That'll do it for us. Swag, good luck next week.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll see you again hopefully a week from Monday.
I will be back. I will come back on the weekend at the latest if we can't get my dad on the road back here to the Portland area sooner.
Well, tell Papa Swag we're thinking about him.
We will.
Get him home and keep that recovery road going. Brandon will be filling in for Swag next week. Thanks so much, everybody, for being a part of our week and our Friday. If you missed the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. You can go vote on our poll question of the day. Have a great weekend, everybody. We will talk to you Monday at 6 a.m. The Firm, Harrison Meringue is next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.